Hi and welcome to this video. In this one, we're going to build a full stack image gallery app with React and Supabase. Very quickly before the start of the video, if you want to stay updated with the modern web development courses and content releases, please subscribe to my newsletter. The link is in the video description. Happy coding and learning. To get started with this app, first off, I want to show you a demo of this app, how this works. It's a very simple application, but there is just a lot of functionality that is going to go into it. So at first, you're going to be greeted with this login page. If you do not have an account, you can just go ahead and click on the sign up page. And in here, you need to provide an email address and a password in order to sign up. So I have created a demo Gmail account just for this project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write that. It's going to be demo@arnacode@gmail.com. Now you need to make sure that you pass in a correct email because the authentication of this application is implemented using Supabase, and Supabase actually sends you an email to your email address in order for you to actually confirm your email. All right, the password, I'm going to keep it simple, and let's just click on sign up. So it's going to take a couple of seconds, and then it's going to say check your email for verification. And I'm just going to go to my email right here, and from here it says confirm your sign up, and I'm just going to click on confirm email. So I'm going to close the previous window, and I'm just going to have this open. So this is the UI of our application. Let's just go over this. We have a searching functionality. We have the logged in user. We can log out as well. We have the ability to upload photos or pictures, and then it's going to show us a total number of photos. And once we upload any photo, the newest photo is going to be shown first. So let's go ahead and let's try to upload some sort of a photo, and I'm going to select some from here. Let's select this one. And once you select a photo, you're going to see the preview of that image right to the left of the form as well. So you see what it is that you will be uploading. And for this one, I'm just going to add a name cat. Now, unless you add the title plus the photo, this button is not going to work. So you can see it's disabled, even though I have selected my image, but then once I provide the title, then this is going to be enabled. Let's click on it. It's going to take like a second just to upload the image. And now here we can see we have one image uploaded, and here is the image. If I hover on the image, I just see one trash icon that I can use in order to delete this image. So we have uploaded one image. Now, the authentication for this app, the backend, the bucket, the storage, all of that comes from Supabase. And if you do not have any prior knowledge of Supabase, don't worry about it. It's very simple, and I'm going to guide you through every step. Now, let's first take a look at the functionality that this app has. Now, I have created a specific app, a specific project in Supabase, and any project has all of these features. The features that we actually use in this app are going to be, the first one is going to be storage. So let me just show it to you. The first one is going to be storage, where we actually upload our images. I have created a bucket which is called gallery images. Now, if I just click on it, you can see we just have one image, and that is the image of this cat that we just uploaded, right? So that's the first thing that we concern ourselves with. I have opened 3 tabs because we are going to talk about 3 different things. The second thing is going to be the table, and this table is going to store all of the sort of metadata that is involved with an image. So what do I mean? Like the number of rows that we have inside of our table. Now, this is an SQL table. This is not a MongoDB kind of database. So here we have tables like rows and columns, but in a MongoDB database, if you have knowledge of that, if you have an experience in that, that's more document-based, that's JSON-based, but here we have tables. So the image title that I've provided, the image URL, And then we also have an ID for the user, right? And then we have when the image was actually uploaded, right? So we have all of that here, but this table does not store our image. Now, this is just some metadata about the image, which is very, very lightweight, but the bucket itself actually stores the exact image, right? So here we can see the image is 254 kilobytes. So this is the difference between a bucket and the difference between a table. So table just stores the data, like textual stuff of that specific thing that you uploaded, but the bucket stores that image itself. Now, the reason that I've done it, I've added storage here is that once you close this app and you come back to this app, log into your account, you're going to see your images. You're still going to see your images. So your images are not going to go away, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to close up this Gmail page. So I talked about the bucket and the storage, and now let's talk about the actual authentication. So for that, I'm going to go to the here, authentication. So we talked about storage and then this table editor, and now we are in the authentication. Now, I have created one account, and you can see it's demo.arnacode@gmail.com. Here is the user ID, and that's it. So you can click on this to read more about this, when this was actually created, and you can also ban this user or delete the user as well. And that's it. That's everything that we're going to do in Supabase, and that's what you need in order to get started. Now, if I were to delete this image, and if I come right here, reload this, you're going to see that the image is gone. Our bucket is empty. Our storage is empty. And you can reload this, and it is going to be empty as well. But we still have our user, right? So I'm going to log out. You could create a couple of more accounts, but I'm just going to work with this one. Code.at@gmail.com. Let's add the password, save it, log in, and then you can see we have no images. I'm just going to upload a few images so we can see the responsiveness of the app as well. This is going to be cat, and then I'm going to add a koala. It's going to be this one. Upload it. Very good. Newest one is going to be shown first, and here is the image title. Let me add deer, right? Is the spelling correct? That's the third one. Let's add another one as well. This is going to be penguin. Click this one. There we go. I've actually forgotten what the name of this bird is. I can't remember it, but I know this is llama. So let's just select that. And just upload it. I just need 5 in order to show you the responsiveness. But why do I have so many images is because before actually implementing Supabase, we need to come up with the structure of our website, the responsiveness. So for that reason, I downloaded all of these images from Pixabay. So they're all like free open source images. And I'm going to select this dog as well. And let's upload that. So now if you take a look at it, we have 6 images, and you can also take a look at the responsiveness. And there we go. So it doesn't matter how small you go, the layout is going to shift and it's going to rearrange itself. And even if you're like on smaller screen sizes, you're still going to be able to see your upload form. But in this scenario, if you try to upload some sort of an image, let's say this one, the image is going to appear on top of this form right here, right? And then you can say lion and hit enter and just click on upload, and there we go. We got the lion one. So this app is fully responsive. And I need to mention that we are not going to talk about any Tailwind CSS classes because I just want to focus on React, React Router. We're going to talk about TypeScript. We're going to talk about context API reducers. So we are going to go native with this app. No Zustand, no Redux. This is just going to be a context API plus the reducers. And I just want to focus on the Supabase aspect of it as well more. I want to teach you how to come up with the authentication for this. If you face some errors, how you are going to solve that. So this basically wraps up the demo of this app, and this is a full stack app. The front end is written in React, but the back end, we don't use any kind of like simple database. We use something that's called a BaaS. That's a backend as a service, which is Supabase. I've already created a project on Firebase that was a MERN stack application, but then I thought and I wanted to teach you Supabase as well, if in case you don't have any prior knowledge of it. So here we go. We're going to get started with the setup of this app. And as you can see, we're going to get started from absolute scratch. So here I have a folder in which I don't have anything. And let's just go ahead and get started. I'm going to say npm create Vite at latest. We're going to keep the dot because we don't want Vite to create a new folder for us. And let's just call it image-uploader. So what is going to be this project? This is going to be a React TypeScript one. So no, we don't want to use roll down. We are going to install this ourselves. There we go. So it just created a basic boilerplate code for us. Let's go over this before actually doing anything. So we have this public where we're going to put our images. Now, since there is not going to be a Supabase at first, we're going to put our images here. Sources where we're going to write all of our code. And this is our gitignore. You know the rest of these files. I'm sure you have some prior experience in these. The most important one is going to be all the most important files that are going to go inside of the source. So let's go ahead. Let's open that up. We have this app.css that I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of. There we go. I'm going to keep this package.json open because we have some dependencies and development dependencies already installed, but we're going to install more and more of these. I'm going to open up this index.css. I'm going to get rid of everything. I'm going to open up app.css. I'm going to get rid of everything as well. Let's go to terminal, save this. And the first thing that I want to install is going to be our React router. So for that, I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. Let me just bring this down. So you can see it's going to be installed here. We use this router for routing of our application, even though we don't have a lot of pages. We just have a login page, a sign up page. We have the main home page, and then we have a 404 page. But still, this routing is going to be implemented using our React router. For icons, we are going to use Lucid React. So let me just copy that, put it right here, hit enter. And for the styling of the app, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. I'm just going to install it. This is how you install the latest version with auto prefixer. And then what we need to do is we need to actually import this. So I'm going to go to the Vite config, and in here I'm going to say import Tailwind CSS from @Tailwind CSS Vite. So we just imported that, and I'm just going to need to add it here as well. So this is going to be Tailwind CSS. Let's call that as well. There we go. So here that's done. We need to import Tailwind CSS here as well. This is the version 4 of Tailwind CSS. Import and come on, why do I keep mistyping too much? Tailwind CSS. There we go. Now that I'm here, I'm going to implement, I'm just going to copy paste some styles. You don't really need to worry about these. Let me just copy that, put it right here. I'm going to go over these so you really understand what these are. We have this background color. There is not going to be an external color palette for this app. We're just going to use native Tailwind CSS classes. Background is Zinc 900. And for text, it's yellow 500. You can change the shade if you want to, but that's up to you. So this is for actually something very interesting. So I didn't show you this searching functionality. If I just type D, you're going to see we find 2 images in that have this D in their name. So we have dog and then we have deer. And if you take a look at that, we have this cross, which I didn't actually program. This was added by the browser. This is added in the latest versions of these browsers. So you have this, and styling this was a little bit tricky. So it is like blue and really ugly, the initial, like the default styles for this. So what I did was I came up with all these styles just to change the appearance of that X. So all of this is just for that. And just add a cursor pointer, so once you hover on it, it did not even have that, like the cursor pointer. So if you just click on it, it's gonna clear out the search. Very cool, right? So this is for that. And that's it here. Let's save this. And we're not gonna come back here. All right, so what else do I want to install in here? Let me just take a look at my dependencies. We're going to install Supabase, but we're going to install that later. One final thing that I want to do here is add Tailwind CSS here. So I'm going to say link. This has to direct to the index CSS file. So link. This is going to be, we are going to go inside of the source, and from there we're going to select index CSS. Now, one test for you to know that Tailwind CSS is actually working is if you just do a BG here and you see this IntelliSense or this autocomplete, then you know for sure that Tailwind CSS was installed properly, right? That's just one test. So let's go ahead. Let's get started with our app. Export default function app. And in here, I'm just going to say home page. Save this. Let's run our app. npm run dev. Now, I need you to have some prior knowledge of React for this project. That's something that I should have probably mentioned at first. So we're not gonna like talk about really the all the nuts and bolts of React. We're just gonna focus on how to build this app and how to integrate it with Supabase. So I might say Firebase at times during this video, and I am going to apologize in advance. And whenever I say Firebase, that means Supabase. All right, let's hit enter. And we are live on 5174. And there we go. You can see our homepage right there. Now that our application is up and running, let's go ahead and let's jump into code. Let me just close this terminal. The first thing that I want to do here, as usual for my React apps, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to implement the routing for this app. And this routing allows me to actually think of how many pages I'm going to end up with. Once I have the pages, I'm going to think about what kind of functionality I want each page to contain. And depending on the functionality, I'm going to have a rough idea of how many components I'm going to actually end up with. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is just hit enter. Let's go up. So we need to come up with our routes. And since we just have one home page, and then we have another route, which is the 404 page. So if I come right here, if I go to any page that doesn't exist, we're going to see this. It says 404 page not found, and I can just click on home page, which is going to redirect me to home page. So effectively, we just have two different routes. And then each route is going to have its own object. And the way these routes work in React Router is we need to have an array so we can iterate over the array. And in each iteration, we can get one of the routes depending on whichever the user clicks on. So here I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it routes. This is going to be an array. And within the array, we are just going to have one main route. And then that main route is going to have a sub route or a child route. And this is how it works. So we open up one object. The reason that routes are specified by objects is because they contain more than one property. So if something just has one thing, like an array, like 1, 2, 3, or ABC, that's an array. But if you want to give it a name and you want to give it a specific component, that's more than one thing. And the best way to represent it is an object. And in here, well, the main way you can signify the home page is using the /. That's what you need to do in order to signify, okay, this is the home route. And whenever a user goes to this home route, what should the user see? What kind of a component? Well, the user is going to see this component, which I'm yet to create. And let's go ahead and let's implement the error element as well. And this is when user goes to a page for which we do not have content. So for that, we are going to say not found page, which we are going to implement now as well. Now, does this home page have any kind of children? Yes, it does. Now, the way this application is structured is that we have a layout. The layout contains our, let me just show it to you. So we have a layout. The layout contains our navigation at the top. And so this is one different component. And then we have the main content right here, which is a different component. So we need to have this inside of our layout. Let's go ahead. And so we are going to have that, but since navigation is a different component, it's not a different page. I'm not going to write it here. I'm just going to write the gallery page in here. And that is going to be a child of our home page. And this is going to make more sense once I just start creating this. Index is equal to true, because we want to make sure that our gallery page is shown on the home page as well. That's why instead of providing a path / we can just say index true. All right. Element is going to be gallery page. And now let's go ahead and let's create these. So I'm going to right click on my source and I'm going to create a new folder. And this folder is going to be called pages. I am going to create another one, which is going to be called layouts. Within the layouts, I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be layout.tsx. And within the pages, let me just copy the name from here. I am going to create a new page, which is going to be gallery page.tsx. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create our layout first. And for that, the only thing we need to do is we need to create a component that basically exports some sort of a JSX for us. So it's going to be export default function. What is the name of this? It is layout. Now, what do we want to export from this? Well, we want to export the entire layout of our website, right? And we know layout consists of two parts. One part is our navigation. So let me just write it here. Now, since this is navigation, it's going to go into its own component, but we are going to call it here. And the other part is one main HTML element that is going to contain all of our content. Now, since we are in React Router, we want to implement routing with React Router. This main element is not going to have some specific content. It could have 5 images inside of it. It could have 10 images. It could have 1. It could have nothing. So the content should be dynamic. That's why there is another component that React Router DOM gives us, which is called outlet. And this is just a placeholder for the content that's going to come inside of this main element. So all the content will replace this outlet component. And this outlet component comes from React Router. Now, we have an error because we are trying to return 2 things, which is not okay. So I'm going to open up a fragment and I'm going to put that there and I'm going to save it. Now, we don't have our navigation. We're going to come back to our navigation. Oh, I did this inside of my gallery page. Sorry for that. Let me just cut that, put it inside of the layout. So this comes inside of my layout. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to code my 404 page. So this is going to be within our pages. And let me just go to the app. I had this not found page. Let me copy that, come to the pages, not found page.tsx. Now I'm going to go with a standard format for this one because this is going to be easy. So export default function. What do I want to show inside of my not found page? I just want to show that this page was not found and give users the ability to be redirected to the home page. So here, I'm just going to have a section element. I try to be as semantic as possible. And within here, we're going to have an h2 that is going to say 404 page not found. And then we have a link component in our React router. And this link component actually works as the anchor element in HTML, and it redirects users to wherever you provide this, to whatever you provide as a value to this to attribute. So as soon as I provide a /, that indicates home page, as I talked about it earlier. And whenever a user clicks on this home page, user is going to be redirected to there. I'm just going to pause the video, implement the styles so we can move on. And there we go, we're done. Now, I don't want to talk about Tailwind CSS because that is actually a whole different thing. I have, just to reiterate, I have a very quick, short playlist here on YouTube where you can just go ahead and watch, and you're going to get the basic idea of what Tailwind is in case you don't have any prior knowledge. But if you want to support me, I do have a course on Udemy. You can just go ahead and check it out. And that's going to basically teach you all of Tailwind CSS. Now, this component is done. I'm just going to close this. And now, as soon as I just remove the last character added, we are able to actually import this. We are able to import our layout as well. So what else do we have? We need to have this gallery page. Now, I cannot import it because there is nothing inside of my gallery page. Now, before jumping to the gallery page, I want to fix our navigation, and then we're going to talk about our gallery page. So for navigation, I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to call it components. And within this components, we're going to create a component that's going to be called navigation. So what do I have inside of the navigation? Navigation is very simple. I have the title of this app. I have a search bar. I have some placeholder to show the logged in user. And then I have this logged out button. That's it. So 4 different things. Let's implement this. So for this navigation, let's do export default function, and this is going to be called navigation. I just mistyped this, navigation, and return. There we go. So I'm going to use a nav element, HTML nav elements for our, whoops, again, typo, this should be curly braces. So return. Let's use a nav element. And the first thing that I want to provide here is going to be the title of the page. Now, normally the title of the page is a link. So if this app were to have another page in which this navigation was to be repeated, then when you click on the snap nest, you're going to be redirected to the home page. But in this scenario, even though we have like a couple of pages, but the other pages do not have this navigation implemented. Therefore, even if you provide this functionality of clicking and going back to home page, it's not going to work in this app. But since that's a common practice, I'm going to show you how you can actually do that. So here we're going to use again the link component, and in case you're asking, okay, why are you not using the anchor element that HTML gives you? Well, this link component, once it does the navigation from one page to another, it doesn't refresh the page. But an anchor element, it refreshes the page. And for a heavy page, that's going to be very costly. So here we're going to say, okay, where do I want the users to be navigated to the home page? And I'm just going to write here snap nest. There we go. That part is done. Next up, I'm going to create a div. Within the div, I'm going to create a form element. This form is not going to have any action, but we're going to have an input. The type of the input is going to be search. This is our search bar. Let me add a placeholder as well. I'm going to call it search. And that is going to be it for our form. Since we do not have Supabase already configured, we don't have any way of showing who is logged in. We don't even have that functionality there yet. So I'm just going to conclude that form. And then I'm going to create a UL for now. And within this UL, I just want to provide 2 different buttons. Now, I'm going to change this JSX once we have Supabase integrated. I just want to have some stuff in my navigation so I can move forward with the other parts of the page. The first thing that I want to add in here, that's going to be a link component. which is basically going to go to our home page. That's it. So this is going to go to the home page, and this is going to say login. And I'm going to add another one, which is going to say profile. And that's it. So these are just placeholder content for our main content, which is yet to come. I'm going to pause the video, apply all the styles, and I'm going to come back in just 1 second. And there we go. We're done. Let's go ahead and let's import navigation. There we go. That part is also done. The only thing missing here would be these commas, would be this gallery page that we do not have anything exported. So just to get started with this, I'm going to say export default function, gallery page, return images. Just one simple string so we can actually take a look at the changes in our web page. There we go. So what else seems to be missing? We need to actually configure our routes as well. We have created our routes, but the way these routes actually work is they need to surround your entire app. For now, what our app returns is a simple string. It does not return these routes. So we need to make sure it does return the routes. And for that, first we need to create a router provider. And the way we can create that is using an object, which is conventionally called a router. And the method that we're going to use is going to be create browser router, and we're going to pass routes in there, right? And now this is going to help us actually create a router provider, which is going to be another component that React Router DOM gives us. And to this component, we are going to pass an object, which is called router. So there we go. That's our router. And this should be it. So the router that I passed in here actually comes from here. And this is this prop that this router provider accepts. Cool. Let's take a look at our changes. And there we go. We already have, we can see our images text in here, and we have our navigation. And these do not actually work. And we can already see the X that browser gives us. These do not work because these are just some placeholder content, and we're going to fix them step by step. All right. Now it is time to get started with our gallery page. So I'm going to close this app.tsx page for now, close package.json, close the layout and the navigation. Let's talk about our gallery page. For our gallery page, let's take a look at our completed app first. So here we can see it's very simple, this gallery page. The first thing that we need to have is some sort of a button. If I click on it, it's going to open up a form, and then it changes its state. Okay. The second thing is we're going to have this 7 images uploaded right here. And the third one is all of these images that we have. So it should be very simple. This form is going to be a different component of its own. You could provide it within the same gallery page, but I'm going to provide it within a different component. And then these images, they're going to be their own components as well. So let's get started. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to open up parentheses, and the first thing that I'm going to do is create a section element. Now, the first child of this section element is going to be our form. So what I could do is I could just provide, I don't know, a div. I'm going to say upload form right here. There we go. The second child, or the second thing that we're going to provide, is going to be all of our images. But then we need to have the count as well. So we need to have some sort of a variable that is going to count how many images are actually uploaded. All right. And for that, we can just say for now count, right? And then after this count, we need to have a div that's going to contain all of our images. Now, for starters, I'm going to give you something right now. This is actually an array of all of our test images. And I'm going to put it on top of these. So I've copied all of the individual links of these arrays from Pixabay. You can see them. So it's all of these images, and we're going to use these images just to make sure our app is working. And then we're going to implement the functionality to actually be able to upload this. So now let's go ahead and within this div, let's try to show all of these images dynamically. How do we do that? Well, we have this my photos array, and as soon as I do a dot, I can see all of the array methods, and I'm going to use the map one. The map one is going to give me a photo, and it also gives me the index. So what do I do next? Well, I just want to show all of the images individually. But for each image, I'm going to have a container, which is going to be a figure element. Now, these should have unique keys. So I'm going to pass index as the key. But for the image itself, this is going to be an image element. The source comes from photo. That's going to be the source. And the alt, it could be whatever you want. I'm just going to write animal gallery, right? And that should be it. Let's just save this. We could implement some classes, but for now, let's just take a look at our changes. And there we go. So we have all of these images that we showed here using array iteration. There we go. You can see all of our images. We don't have any styles, so let me just go ahead and pause the video and implement all the styles. And there we go. Let's take a look at our images. Very cool, right? So now we have this here, but we need to create our upload form, which is right there. And we need to fix this count as well. So it's up to you, whichever one you want to fix first. I could go with the upload form first, and then we could create the count. We could fix the count. And this upload form is going to be a component of its own. So in here and inside of our components, I'm just going to say upload image, upload form.tsx. There we go. So export default, you know the drill, default function image. Upload, well, I could just copy the name from here, just rename it, copy it, put it right here, put it right here, and then let's move forward. So what do we want in here? Well, we want a form, right? So let's take a look at our form. Let's see. We need to have a title for our form, an input that is going to be of type text. We need to have an input that is of type file. And then we have some sort of a button that we can disable if the title or the file or both of them are not selected. So all of that, right? So I'm going to say return. And within here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to contain two different things. Now, even though we just have a form here, but right next to the form, if you were to select an image, like this one, you're going to see this image preview. But if I close the form, the image preview is gone. If I open up the form, everything is empty. It resets the state. Now, why is this important? Because this image preview doesn't have anything to do with our gallery page. So I should not provide it within the gallery page. It is only available once the form is visible. And what that means is it's a component or it's a child of the form element or the form component. So in here, I could just say, just provide a paragraph that's going to be image preview, and we're going to fix that later. And for now, let's just create our form. So for the form, again, the first thing was our title. That's going to be upload image. This could be a very simple text. We don't want to overcomplicate this. We need to have an input that's going to have a type of text. I'm going to give it a name, which is going to be title, and a placeholder. Come on, buddy. Placeholder. And the placeholder is going to say image title. And what else do I want to do in here? So we have our image title. We're going to do a couple of more things, but I'm going to come to those in just a moment. So we have the second thing, which is going to be another input. The type of this is going to be file because we want to upload some files, right? And name of this is going to be file. There is not going to be any placeholder text. And finally, we need to have a button, type of which is going to be submit. So now that the button has a type of submit, I'm going to add the submit functionality on the form itself, right? And this is going to say upload. And there is an icon there as well, for which we have already configured image up, configured Lucid React, and I just imported the icon. And there we go. So if I now come right here, well, we didn't import this component into our gallery page. So instead of this, I'm just going to import our form. So this is going to be image upload form. And there we go. Let's save this. And now if I take a look at that, there we go. So there are no styles. Let me just go ahead and implement the styles. And there we go. All the styles are applied. Let's take a look at our form, and very good, right? I did implement the styles on the title. And let me just implement this yellow 500 for text on this one. So it's going to be text yellow 500. Save this. And now if I take a look at that, there we go. So this is our form, and we have this button here as well. And let me just add a text color for that one as well. So just copy that and put it right at the start. Very good. Save this. Let's go back a little bit, save this, and now there we go. So this should be disabled like this one. Now for this one, we don't have any border right here. So the border should be gone. Let me just get rid of the border and now save this. Just the color is a little bit off. And the reason for that is this Zinc 700, it comes when there is a disabled attribute on this button. So if I were to just add this disabled attribute, save this, and if I come there, you can see it's exactly like our finished product. But I don't want to add this disabled attribute just willy-nilly like this. This has to come from a state. So the state has to declare that, do we have a title? Yes. Do we have a file to upload? Yes. Then this button should be enabled. But since I don't have this disabled on any kind of state, if I just get rid of it, you can see this button is enabled. I have this hand icon. That means I can upload the file. But that's something that we are going to fix in just a moment. So for now, we're just talking about the JSX of this. And the final thing for now for JSX that I want to do here is going to be this image preview. So this is going to be a component. I'm going to call it image preview. And yeah, I believe that's it. So let me just copy the name and create this component. So I'm going to come to our components, new file, put it right there, TSX. So what do I want to actually create in here? That's going to be the simplest one besides the 404 one. So we have this image preview, and the only thing that it does is it's just going to show an image. So how do we show an image in HTML? Well, we have this figure element, which should serve as the parent of the image element. And the image element is going to be different, right? I can't just say, okay, show the cat image or the llama image. This is going to be different. This image element is going to come from something that we call path in here for this app, right? So I need to pass in path in here. That's going to be where the image is going to come from. I'm going to say animal image preview, and we're going to fix the path as well in just a moment. I just keep saying in a moment. So let me copy these classes, put it right here, and I'm going to save it. Now, what is this path? The path is something that we need to pass. We ought to pass to this function, and this component should accept it as a prop as well. So I'm going to actually go in reverse, and I'm going to show you where this is actually coming from. So this is coming from something that's called image. The type of this image preview props. And this is going to be just a simple type. I could extract this to a different file, but since this is just one thing, I could just write it here. So this is going to be an interface. That's the interface. We have this path, and the path is going to be either a string or it's going to be null. There we go. Now, what does it say? It says is not assignable to string undefined, because this path for now, this is undefined. Now, let's go ahead and let's import this image preview. And now we still have our error because this component that we have called in here, it's supposed to accept one property. And that property is the path to that specific image. Because in each upload, in each time we upload, we could upload a different image. So that difference of the images, it should come from somewhere. And if you want to keep track of which image it is that user has clicked on, and that tracking is going to result in a UI change, then what should we use? Well, we have the option of using a use reducer in React, which is going to track UI changes. We can use state, which is going to track UI changes, right? We could use memo, which is going to track UI changes. But which one is easier? Which one suits this specific application? Well, it's going to be use state. So for now, what I'm going to pass in here is going to be something very, very interesting to which we're going to come back, right? So this is something that we have passed in here. The first thing that I want to do here is, you know what, let me just comment this entire thing out for now, because I want to do some things on the form so this input actually makes sense. What do I want to do on this input? So I want to add a button right here. And this button is going to show this form or hide it. So let's keep the logic very, very simple. And that button has nothing to do, it doesn't have to be inside of the form, because if it is inside of the form and I hide the form, how do I click on the button? So it should be inside of our gallery page. So for that reason, I'm just going to put a button inside of our gallery page, and that's going to be above the form itself. So this is our button. What is this button going to do? This is going to have an on click on it. So on click. For now, we just want to implement this functionality. And this is going to either hide the form or show the form. So I could say set upload image form visible. Yeah, it's a rather long name for a function, but it makes sense, right? So the job of this button is to change the state from one state to another. Just change it. So it could be either this or this. It could be true or false, right? Because we either show or hide. We just have two things. And what kind of data structure can we use to show that? We can use Booleans. So we are going to say, if the form is visible, hide it. If it is hidden, make it visible. So in each scenario, we're going to flip the value. And that's why we're going to use this not logical operator to flip the value. What value do we want to flip? Well, I could call it upload image. Upload image form or image, yeah, it's reverse. So image upload form visible. Yeah. So this is going to be, let me just copy this entire thing and put it in here as well. So this is going to be set image upload form visible. And the value, the state variable that it changes, it flips, it's going to be image upload form visible. Now, since this is a state, we need to define the state as well. So how do we define this? Well, we're going to say use state. And within this use state, we need to pass in the initial state for this state variable. What is the state variable? So we have this state, very long state variable, and this is the function that is going to change the value for this variable. But what is the initial value of this variable? Well, initially, we don't see a form. So if you go to the page, if you come to the page, if you restart, we have all of our images, but we don't see the form. So initially, the form is set to false. There we go. And then what does this use state give us? Well, it gives us an array with exactly two things inside of it. And we know that. You could name these whatever you want. There is no restriction there, but I'd rather name them something that's understandable. And we need to initialize that as well. So we have this on click, And this onClick is going to work by changing or flipping this around for us. And now the problem with this implementation is that whenever we render the UI, this onClick is going to run because we are not running a function. We are actually on this onClick, we are just executing this line every time page read renders. So what we need to do is we need to get rid of that and actually create a function and then pass that in there. And the reason for that is you want this function to be executed once you click. And once you click, you want something to be done. So for something to be done, you need to have this function signature. So this function signature depends on this onClick. So when you onClick, this function is going to run. And this function is going to execute this one. And only when that happens, this is going to be executed. Right? So now let's actually go ahead and fix this. How are we going to go about this? Now we have this state variable that has the form visibility stored inside of it. Well, we can actually use that, right? So we could say if, I'm going to open up curly braces to move into the world of JavaScript. I'm going to say if image upload form visible, if this is set to true, then I'm going to do this. If it is set to false, then I'm going to do this. So if a form is visible, what I'm going to do with the button, let's take a look at that. So here, if form is visible, I'm going to have this X and I'm going to say close form. So this, right? Let me add that here. And for this, since I'm going to return two things, I'm going to have my fragments. I'm going to have my X imported from Lucid React. There we go. And after the X, I'm going to have close form. Okay, that part is done. What about this part? Well, for this one, I still have two different things, but it's going to say plus, right? This is going to open up the form for me. And I'm going to say upload image. Let's save these. Now let's come here and there we go. We have this upload image. If I click on it, you can see it says close form. Well, it's not really that visible. So let me add all of these styles here. And now let's take a look at it. There we go. So I have close form, upload image, close form. You can see the state changes. The only thing I need to do now is hook this up to this form. So when I click on it, form also changes. And how am I going to be able to do that? Well, here I am going to have you could call it whatever you want. I'm just going to have is visible. And I'm going to call in here image upload form visible. Now, since this accepts a prop, we need to make sure that image upload form also accepts the same prop as well. So here, I'm going to call that. This is going to be is visible. And the type of this, I'm going to create a new interface and I'm going to add all the types in there. So the type of this is going to come from image upload form props, right? That's easier. So interface this. For now, how many properties does it have? It just have one, invisible. And what is the type of this invisible? We know that it is Boolean, right? So there we go. So we have this invisible, but we have not actually used it. That's why it says, okay, this value is not used. So where do we want to use it? Well, if this is visible is true, we need to show the form. And then once we show the form, we show the image preview as well. So all of this depends on the visibility of this. So what I can do is I can select this entire div, right? Surrounded by curly braces because I want to do something JavaScripty, and or even better, I can just say, okay, if is visible is set to true, only then I want to show this form. And there we go. This way is so much easier, right? Oh, this is capital V. There we go. So now that we have that, What else seems to be missing? Let me just comment this one out, and there we go. And let me save this. We need to be able to see the form. There we go. Very cool, right? And now the styles are off. We're going to fix the styles, but aside from that, you can see it works splendidly. Very good. Now, I'm going to go to my layout. I forgot to actually implement the styles for our layout. So let me just find the styles. Where do I have them? And I'm going to implement them on our layout. There we go. Let me just put all the styles here. Very good. And now I believe I no longer need this text yellow here and there. Let me save those. And very good. So count is still here. Styles are a little bit off. I need to fix them. So I'm just going to pause the video, just fix the layout of the web page, and then I'm going to come back. And now let's take a look at it. Added. There we go. Very good. Much better, right? So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to select this button, and I'm going to select our image upload form, and I'm going to do Control-Shift-P, wrap with abbreviation. I'm just going to give them a div so these two elements are within the same container, right? And I'm going to give this div these classes. Now let's take a look at it. So much better, right? It is so much better. And you can see this visibility works perfectly fine. And this is how we are going to go with this app. And this is how we are going to implement these states one by one. So let's move forward. The next thing that I want to do is I want to fix this image preview thing that we have here. We need to make sure we have this path. So for that, I'm going to go to my gallery and I'm going to start basically going about this. So what am I going to do here? The first thing that I want to do here is I want to specify types for our inputs. So for that, I'm going to use an interface. I could just put it at the top right here. So we have this interface, and this interface is going to be called inputs. So what do I have here? For any input, for any individual input, I'm going to have a title that is going to be of type string or null, unless we specify the title. We're going to have a file, right? For any input, right? We have a file. The type of this is going to be file or null until specified. And finally, we're going to have a path. And now you know where this path is coming from, right? The type of which is going to be string or null until defined. Now that I have defined these, I need to pass these to my upload form because the types, they come within the input elements, and the input elements are within our upload form. And since this is going to have some effects on the UI, for this I'm going to use another use state. So I'm going to say use state, and the initial state for this one is going to be everything null, right? So for this one, what we're going to do is we're going to have, okay, title is equal to null, because initially the form is empty. We don't have anything in there. File is equal to null. And what else do we have? And the final thing is path. Path is also null. Now I'm going to type annotate this use state with the inputs that I just created. So inputs, so everything is crystal clear. What does this use state return? It returns a state variable and a state setter function. What I'm going to call these is going to be inputs, and the other one is going to be set inputs, something that's very clear what it does. Now, we need to pass these to our image upload form. And how are we going to pass them? Well, that's very simple. So it's going to be the second prop that this is going to accept, and that's going to be inputs. What do I pass as inputs? Well, let's just pass in inputs, right? So now if I hover on this, you can see it says it's not available on the component itself. So let's jump into the component. We need to add that in here as well to our component. And for this one, we're going to say inputs. And now we need to add it to our interface as well. So this is going to be inputs. What is going to be the type of this inputs? Well, we have already specified the types there. We could just specify that here as well. But then I should be able to extract this to a file of its own so we can define it in both places. Or I could just do it now. So here inside of my source, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it types. Within here, I'm going to have just one file, index.ts, and I'm going to pass that, and this should be exported. So export that. And now what do we need? We need this inputs. So as soon as I hit enter, this is going to import it for me. There we go. Much cleaner code, right? And for this one, we need to import that as well. And very good. So we have this inputs that we have specified, but we have not actually used its value. And where do we use it? Well, we use it inside of our image preview. There we go. So now this image preview is going to accept this. Let me just import this one as well. And within the inputs, we just grab one thing, and that's going to be the path. So you can see I actually spread this, and I'm just going to get the path, and I'm going to give it to my image right here, right? Now we still have this thing right here where it says type string null is not assignable to type string and undefined. So how does this component know if image is defined or not? Well, it depends on the path. What if we don't have a path? If we don't have a path, do we have an image preview? No, we don't. So here I click, I don't have a path. I mean, I have not selected an image. And until I select the image, this image preview should not return anything, right? And it should not also crash. So we're going to say if path is available, and only then this figure element is going to show a preview of our image. All right, very cool. So let's go ahead. Let's actually see how we're going to use this, the set inputs. And the first thing that I want to do with this set inputs is something that I need to show you. So if I just write llama here, and if I try to upload this image, the image is uploaded here, right? And now if I try to just click on this, where is all the data? Well, all the data was resetted, right? So that's the first thing that I want to do. And that functionality actually comes inside of this button. So this is the first thing that we implemented inside of the button. And the second thing is going to be set inputs. And I'm going to basically set it as its initial state. What is the initial state? Well, in the initial state, we have a title null, file null, and then path null. So let me just copy that, put it right here. Set inputs. What did it? I may have made a mistake here. So let me just get rid of that. You know what? Let's put these inside of parentheses. Or function block rather. And now that's the first thing. And the second thing is going to be set inputs. So for set inputs, the initial state is going to be our initial state for the use state. And there we go. Once I save it. So we have that in there. Why can't I just figure this out? So let me just hit enter and hit another enter, and there we go. So much better, right? So set inputs. There we go. So now what this requires is it needs to have one argument, and that is going to be this object. Let me just copy it, put it right here, save this, and there we go. So it's just a problem of rearrangement. So that's the first thing that I want to do. The second thing is that we need to make sure that React has access to the title as well as this file so it can change the UI with it. Well, how do we give React access to it? Well, we can implement two different functions in here. The first one is going to be, whoops, sorry for this. The first one is going to be our handle change. And this handle change function, what it does is it's going to take a look, it's going to look for changes inside of our inputs. So that change could be the title, that change could be the file that we upload, right? So that's going to be what this handle change does. Let's grab the event object because all of the changes that we make to the inputs, they are within the event object. So the title is within there. If we do e.target dot value, that's going to give us the title. If we do e.target dot file, that's going to give us the file that was uploaded. So all the info on this specific input or any specific input is on this event object. And we need to type and update this as well. React dot change event. There we go. What else do we do? We need to specify what kind of an input this is. So HTML input element. Very good. Now, what do I want to do within this handle change? I want to take a look at the changes that occur either in the text, in the title input, or the changes that occur inside of the file input. So for that, we need to have some sort of an if statement to make sure that there is actually something to change. So if the target is equal to target name is file, that means user has targeted the upload file and user wants to upload something. So in that scenario, what we do is we select the first thing within a big array of files. So we're going to say e.target.files, and from there, we're going to grab the very first thing, and that's going to be our array. And for this one, I need to pass in this operator. Very good. So here we need to make sure that if both of these are present, if both of these are true, then we are going to grab our set inputs, and this set inputs is going to only change the file. Now keep in mind, if you upload a file and you have already written a title, you don't want to change the title or get rid of it once you have uploaded the file. So effectively, you want to keep all the previous stuff and you want to add a new stuff. And the way you can keep all the previous stuff is by just spreading all the previous stuff here. And then from those, you just want to change, or you just want to target the files. And from there, just the very first one. And the path comes from here as well. So that path that we were talking about, and that is going to be URL dot create object URL. And to this one, we need to pass in e.target dot files, the first entry in that files. So this is for when user targets the file. But what if user targets the title? Once user targets the title, do we change the file? No, we don't. So that comes inside of the else clause. And for this one, we're going to say set inputs. And since set inputs needs to have an object inside of it, we're going to open up an object. Now, do we reset the entire state of the inputs that we have so far written? No. We just spread all of that. And from those, we just select the title. And title comes from where? We just set it to e.target.value. And that's it. So I think I've written this in the wrong place. Okay, let me just cut this. So here is our if statement. Where does that end? This is the right there. So I need to pass in else there. Very good. So this is going to be our handle change, and that's it. So let's go ahead and let's pass this handle change to our form. Where is our form? That's going to be the third prop that we pass in here. I'm going to call it handle change. And this is going to be our handle change function. Now we need to make sure that this form is able to actually handle this handle change. So where are we? Let me just close that. Let's close the layout. I'm just close the image preview as well. Let me just hit enter, pass it there, save this. So what is going to be the type of this handle change? This is going to have, since this is a function, this is going to be e.e react. You know what? I'm just going to copy paste this from here. Just grab this thing and should have removed this. Very good. And finally, what does this function return? Since the function returns nothing, the return type is going to be void. All right. So now we have this handle change. Where do we pass in a handle change? Well, we pass in wherever we have inputs, right? So here I'm going to say, now on inputs, the event handler or event listener is going to be on change. That's why it said on handle change. So this is on change. We just call this function. Now, copy this line, come to here and paste it there. Now you might ask, okay, why don't we have that callback function, that executing function? Because we don't execute the function here, we just pass a reference to the function. Once you pass a reference, whenever a change happens, change every time references this function, and after it references it, then it's going to actually execute that. Let me get rid of that as well. Save this, and this should be it. Now React has access to the title and to the file. The last thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we can upload a new image as well. And that is the job of this on submit button. But since the type of that is on submit here, the type of that is submit, the on submit is going to come on the form. So this is going to be on submit. And what do we want to specify on submit? Handle submit. Now, don't get me wrong, you could have written handle change and handle submit inside of the image upload form component itself, but I just wanted to centralize our states in just one component, and that is the parent component, right? So let's go ahead, let's go to our gallery page, and within the gallery page, what we want to do is we want to create this handle submit. So function handle submit. For this one, we're going to have this e object, but for a different purpose. So this is going to be react.form event. Very good. And let me pass this here as well for this form element. So this is going to be handle submit is equal to handle submit. Very good. So where is handle submit? What do we want to do here? Well, whenever we submit the form, the first thing that we encounter is that refreshing of the form. So let's just prevent that. All right, we don't want to refresh the page. Now, we want to take a look at if we have path, then we want to proceed with our uploading of the form. So I want to say if inputs.path is available, then what do I want to do? Well, I want to add a new image. To where? To my UI. But I need to ask you this question. So far, we have a few images inside of our UI. Where are all of these images coming from? We have 12 images, right? Where are these coming from? Well, they are coming from this array, right? So if I want to show another image in the UI, the link for that image, the path for that image should be within this array. So I should add a path to this array. And since I'm iterating over this array, then that image is going to be shown automatically, right? So if I have to do that, then I need to keep track of how many images there are already within this array. Then I'm gonna add it to the start, or I could decide to add it to the end. I'm just gonna add it to the start of the array because newer images, they're gonna come first. So there is some sort of calculating the UI involved. And when there is some sort of a calculating of the UI involved, we need to have some sort of a use state for this as well. So the next use state is going to be for our images, right? So we want to specify the state of our images. Now, I'm not going to call them images here, right? I'm just going to call them items. So the initial state is going to be our initial array. It's going to be my photos. But then we should have the ability to change this array while keeping the previous values. Now, you could have used array methods to append to the start of this array, but since we're in React, it's better if we have this use state that is going to keep track of changes in the UI. Because at the end of the day, once you add a new image, the UI changes. Therefore, use state is appropriate here. Now, what does this use state gives us? It gives us, what does this use state give us? It gives us, what is up with my English? So what does this use state give us? It gives us items and then a method to change our items. Let's initialize this as well, and let's save this. So now that we have that, the first thing that we need to do is we need to fix how we iterate over this array, and that is at the end. So now here, instead of iterating over the fixed array, we iterate over the items that come from React's use state. So React use state has access to my entire array. And now it's up to use state which elements it wants to show in here, right? So now that you know that part, let's move forward with our handle submit. So here, I'm going to go to our handle submit. Once I have the path for the image, what do I want to do? Well, I don't care how many images there are. I just want to add an image to the start of the current images. Now, how do I add that? Well, we have the setter function, right? Set inputs. Set inputs. Cool. Now, this setter function accepts an array as the initial value, right? Remember, my photos is actually an array of strings. So I need to pass in here an array. Now, what is this? What do I want to set? So if I am within the handle submit function, that means I want to add a new image, right? So that means I want to change the initial state. So the initial state could have 10 images or 0 images. Each time I make this change, I want to keep all the previous images and I want to add to the start of them. Now, I'm going to keep all the previous images. And then how do I add to the start of this array? Now this array contains all of my images. If I pass in inputs.path to the end, this is going to add the image to the end of this array. But I don't want to do that. I want to add images to the start. So I'm going to cut that, put it right here and just add a comma in there. And we seem to have some sort of a problem here. It should be set items, sorry, not set inputs. Set inputs, it accepts an object right here, but we talk about set items currently because we want to change the array that is responsible for showing all the images to the UI. Now, once we have uploaded an image, we have added a new image to the start of the array, aka uploaded the image. What do we want to do next? Well, we're going to grab our inputs now, and we want to basically revert them back to their original state. And that means everything should be empty, right? After the upload, everything should be empty. And after the upload, you could do one more thing, and that is set the image upload form visible to false. And that means once the image is uploaded, the form is going to go away as well. All right, so what seems to be the problem here? We have handle submit. We have handle submit here. Let me just add it. Handle change, handle submit. And then it should be, it should come right here as well. So here I'm going to say handle submit. And what is the type of this? Well, it's going to have an event object, the type of which is react.form event. And this is going to be HTML form element. Form element. Very good. And finally, what does this return? It returns void. Very cool, right? So we have this on submit type children. Did you mean on sub? So, this is mistyped. Sorry, submit. Save this, and we should be good to go, I believe. So we still have this count. We're going to fix that. But for now, let's see. So I try to upload an image, right? For now, we just talk about paths because we want to talk about how useState does this. So I'm going to pass in the path, and let me just take a look at this. Okay. And if I click on the upload, or you know what? Let me just cat. Let me select an image. This one, open. We do have our preview. That's good. If I click on upload, there we go. We got the image. Very good, right? And the image should have a title that is going to be cat. Cool stuff. Very quick, right? So, but the problem is if you reload the page, it's going to go away because we are not storing it actually inside of this array. It's going to be appended, but this array is every time you refresh the page is going to read content from this array. And since we didn't actually append something to the front of to the start of this array, the state is going to revert back to the initial one after the refresh. And that's why you need a database, right? And you cannot actually work with these kind of in-memory databases that we have. But you can see our functionality works. But what did we pay for this functionality? We paid a lot for it. We had all of this complicated code, like all of this spaghetti code, I would say here. It's not complicated, but there should be a better way for us to come up with this logic. And that's where Context API comes in. I know, like we talked about all of this, but because we were eventually going to talk about Context API because this is a rather big app, it's better if we just start Context API. You could go with Redux or Zustan, but I just want to talk about native state management in a sort of bigger application, how all of these pieces are going to come together. And that's why from now on, we're going to introduce Context API and we're going to talk about that. But before jumping in and talking about the context, I need to mention two more things. Once, if we don't have a title and no file, this button should say disabled. This should be disabled, right? That's thing number one. And the second thing is this count. We need to fix this. So the count is irrelevant of the kind of state that we actually work with. The count should work in all scenarios. So I'm going to implement these two, and then we're going to jump in and we're going to talk about Context API and cleaning up the code. And right after that, we're going to integrate Supabase. So let's fix the count first. I'm going to jump into my code. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that this count changes whenever we add a new image or whenever we delete an existing image. Aside from that, I don't want this count to re-render whenever the page re-renders. So we need to control that as well. Now, but since we want to change the UI in some way, we're going to use a use state here. There we go. The initial state is going to be empty, but what this use state returns should make sense for us in order to understand what this is. So I'm just going to call it count, and the function that sets the count is going to be simply set count. Let's initialize this as well. There we go. And now let's first of all use this count. So I'm going to come right here to this HTML. I could just surround this by curly braces and just lowercase the count. And now I want this count to only change whenever we have any image, not when the page re-renders. But we know that with React, page re-renders like all the time. When your app is running, the page is re-rendering. But we want to control that. And in order to do that, we can use a use effect, right? So what do I want to do in this use effect? Well, I just want this to print something for me, right? So I'm going to say set count. I'm going to use our backticks. So what was the text? It was the number of items, and then we had images uploaded. And why do we say number of items, not my photos? Because this array photos, this is being controlled by this use state. We passed it as the initial state, and set items changes this array by adding new items to the start of it. Okay, so here we have this items that is actually the array that contains all of our images. So for that reason, I'm going to say items.length. This is going to give me a number. I'm going to say image, but then the S is going to be dependent on whether we have more than one image, right? So for this reason, let's just go ahead. Let's say if items.length is greater than 1, then I want to add an S. Otherwise, I don't want to add anything. And here I'm just going to say uploaded. There we go. So our use effect is done almost. We need to say, okay, I just want to change this use effect whenever the number of items changes. There we go. And now we should be good to go. Let's save this. One more thing, I just want to add the styles for this button very quickly. I don't want to come back to this. This is very simple. Let's just add it, save it, go to our page. There we go. We have 12 images uploaded. Very cool, right? 12 images. So now that this part is done, let's talk about the other one, the other part, and then we're going to move on to our context. So for this one, if we don't have, that's going to be happening inside of our form. If we don't have anything inside of the input and we don't have any file selected and we don't have any kind of a path, we want this button to be disabled. All right, so we need to do this programmatically. Let's come right here. How do we disable the button? Well, if you want to disable the button, we are just going to say disabled, right? And that's going to disable the button. There we go. But then how do I enable this? So I want this button to be disabled when there is nothing. But once we have the title, right? Once we have the image, then I want to enable this button. How do I do that? So let's add the title. Let's select an image. For example, this one. You can see I still cannot upload an image because the button is disabled. I just said disabled. Now, if we have the title, the file, and the path, I want this button to be enabled. So we need to do that programmatically. And I want to show you another hook in React that's use memo. And we're going to use this hook in order to come up with this logic. So how do we actually come up with this one? Now, I need to clarify this, that in the context of this app, this use memo doesn't make any sense because it's a very, very, very small app and there are no performance optimizations. But I need to teach this to you somewhere. So if not in this app and not in the other one, when? So it's a good way to like practice this and understand this in smaller applications. So I want to have this use memo to produce a true or false for me. If this produces true, that means one of the form inputs is empty. It could be 1 or it could be 2, it could be all 3 of them, or I could say at least one of the inputs is empty. All right. And when this returns true, I am going to pass in true to this disabled, and this button is going to be disabled because I'm going to say disabled equals to true, right? So I'm going to store the result of this hook inside of a variable that's called is disabled. And I'm going to grab this is disabled and come right here, and I'm going to pass it here. So whenever this is disabled is set to true, we're going to disable the button. But if we have the title and the path and the image, we're going to say false for is disabled. And when this returns false, is disabled, this disabled one is going to be false. And then we are going to enable the button, activate the button. All right. So there we go. Now you know what we want to do here, but how do we want to do it here? Well, that's very simple, right? We just want to have, we need to take a look at the inputs. So we said, okay, if any of the inputs is empty. So where are the inputs? Well, for this one, if I just go to our types, you can see for inputs, we have a title. All right. So we need to take a look at the title. We need to take a look at the file, and then we need to take a look at the path. If any of these is not defined, we are going to return true for is disabled. And effectively, that's going to disable the button. All right. So how do we check that? Well, first, we need to see where they are. So they are within an object, right? We need to grab them from the object. But we don't care about these keys, right? We don't care about the keys of the object. We care about the values of the object, right? So let's go ahead. We have this mother object in JavaScript that contains a values method. And the values method, it grabs the values of keys of an object and it converts them to an array. So if I just pass in inputs, since inputs is an object, the values of the input are now converted to an array. And then I can iterate over that array. And then what I'm going to say is, check if at least one value is falsy. And what are falsy values? It could be empty, it could be null, or it could be undefined. So what this sum does is it is going to iterate through the array of values of this inputs object, and it is going to return true if any of the fields is empty. So how do we check if it is empty? Well, first of all, we need to have some sort of a parameter here that's going to take a look at our inputs. So for any input, if the input is falsy, if it doesn't have any value, it could be either empty, it could be null, or it could be undefined. Then return these for me, all right? But keep in mind, this is going to return either truthy values or falsy values. But the HTML attribute disabled, it needs a concrete true or false. I know truthy value is actually a true value, but it's not like in type the same thing. So we need to convert this. If sum returns truthy, we need to convert it to a hardcore true value, Boolean true value. If it returns a false value, we need to convert it to a false, right? So we can do that using the double negation. There we go. It says, so this 2 exclamation marks, this is the double negation, and it is going to ensure a clean Boolean return. So if we get a truthy, we get true from this double negation. If we get a falsy, we get false from this double negation. And then we return that. But then we are using use memo, and this is used for optimization. We don't want to run this every time page re-renders, right? That's not optimization. We want to run it. This use memo also has a dependency array. We want to run it whenever the input changes. Whenever there is a change in our input, then we want to run it. Okay, and now if I come right here, if I click on this, you can see the button is disabled. I'm going to add a title. Okay, 1 part down, 2 more parts remaining. I'm going to select the cat, and as soon as I select the cat, you can see the button is now enabled. I can just click and I can upload that. Some styles are missing, so let's say, let me first select the image. So for example, dog, and how does it look here? Dog. We need to have a border around this button, and that should be it. Yeah, we just need to have a border. Cool. So where is our button? Let me just add a border. There we go. We got our border. And now you can just click on upload and you can upload it. But even if you select an image, for example, this, you still don't have the title. And this is not going to work. But as soon as I add a title, this is going to work. And I get rid of it, this is not going to work. So it doesn't matter what happens here inside of the page. And why is that? Why doesn't that matter? Because you're going to have the ability to delete an image, right? And when you delete an image, the use memo should not run, because it should not have anything to do with the change of the state of our inputs. So I'm deleting this duplicate llama image, and now once I deleted that, use memo did not run, because it is only dependent. It only recalculates whenever there is an input change, not when we log out, we log in, we search. It's not going to run, and that's why it's more optimized. All right. But if you were to use a use state instead of this, use state would run whenever the page re-renders. All right. So this is why we say this is a little bit more efficient than use state. And I just wanted to show you, okay, you could use this hook as well. So now that this is done, let's actually jump in and let's talk about how we are going to clean up our code by implementing context. So why do we want to create context? Because we want to create a centralized state management for our app. So for now, the state management is all over the place. We don't even have our Supabase. Then if we were to add Supabase, some of the state would come here, some of the state would come here. But what we want to do is we want to have a central point inside of our app, and that central point is going to control all of the state. You can think of it exactly like our types. So for our types, what we did was we have this file index.ts inside of the types, and all of your types are right here. Even these types, I could just cut these, put them right here for our image upload form props, and then I can just export it from here. And now the only thing I need to do is import it here. And there we go. So I no longer need these inputs. And now, very good, right? So we have all of our types centralized here. We are going to do the same thing with our state, and that's going to make this easier. The other good thing with centralizing your state is that if you want to either delete a functionality or if you want to add another functionality to your project, you know exactly where to add it. All right, so you're not going to change up too much of your JSX. You're just going to go to your centralized state and you're going to add that in there. So I'm going to keep this index.ts open, and we are going to get started with the context. And step by step, I'm going to show you how to create the context. The first one is I'm going to create a new folder inside of our source, and I'm just going to call it context. Now, context API, it manages our state. It doesn't change state on its own. It just gives you a centralized point where you can put all your state related logic. Now, context could work with our use states that we currently have implemented in our gallery page, but a better fit for that is the use reducer hook. Now, use reducer hook does almost the same thing as use state. It changes the UI based on some kind of either change or event that comes from the user, and it re-renders the UI as well. But it is a little bit more, I would say, advanced than use state. So what we can do is we can use our gallery context with our use reducer. Now, what a context actually is exactly like in English language. Context gives us the context of our app. So whenever you go to the context for any specific React app, you should understand what that app is about. What are the different functionalities? What do I mean by what that app is about? Is what are the different functionalities of the app, what the app can do, and what it clearly cannot do. And that's exactly the job of context. So here, I'm going to go step by step. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to call it gallery context. This gallery context is given to us by a method that is called create context that we have access to from React. So this context API is something native. You could use external libraries like Redux or ZooStand, some of the more relevant and more famous ones, or you could just use native features like this context. And what this accepts is going to be our initial state for the context. And initially, I'm going to set it as null, but I want to type annotate this since we are in TypeScript. I'm going to say you are going to either have a state that is called gallery context type, or your state is going to be null. All right. And now we need to create this gallery context type, right? So I'm just going to go ahead, copy this, come right here. I'm just going to go to the bottom, and this is going to be export interface. And there we go. So what it is that we actually want to add in here inside of our gallery context type? Well, the context, it talks about the state. That's the first thing that it talks about. So I'm going to add that here, and the type of this is going to be state. Now, state is an interface that I'm yet to create. So for now, let's just keep it as state. The second thing that the context is going to talk about is the data that we dispatch from our components to this context in order to update the UI. What do I mean by this? So you go to the app, you upload an image, that's an action. You send that action to the context. Context is going to talk to relevant department, which means use reducer, and it's going to look at the specific action that it has received and then it's going to send that to user reducer, and user reducer is going to update the UI with that action. So if the action is adding an item, it's going to add an item. If the action is that the user has deleted something, context is going to receive that. It's going to send it to the user reducer. User reducer is going to delete that, and it's going to update the UI as well. All right, so this is, so all of like the main management of your app is this context. So the second thing is something that's called dispatch, which I'm going to write here, and the type of this is going to be react.dispatch, and I'm going to pass in here action, and we are going to talk about action as well. So the first thing that I want to create is going to be this state that we have, and we need to make sure that we export all of them, because this is our centralized place for our types, so we can use these types everywhere that we need them. So what is this state? Now, the state of the app depends on what it is that you want to create. So here we have items, aka images. Okay, we have another state that is for showing or not showing the form, right? And the other state that we have is for our inputs. So you could take a look at the states even from here. So we have one state right here. This is one state that is going to be involved in showing or not showing the form. We have another state for our inputs that's going to keep track of the title, the file, the path. We have another one that's going to set our items. We have this count, but this is like a very small state, so we are not going to talk about it here. So we have these states, right? So the first one is, it doesn't matter the order, but as long as you just add them. The items are an array of strings. Cool. The next one is our form, right? So if I come right here to my gallery page, it's image upload form visible, right? This one. So I'm going to copy it from there, put it right here. What is the type of this? The type of this is Boolean, right? Let me add a comma there, and this is lowercase, right? There we go. So, and the third one is all of our inputs. So what is the type of our inputs? If I take a look at that, we can see it has a type of inputs, which is right here. So what I can do is just add it here. Just add it there. So far you can see how this is actually coming together. And once I've done that, that means I no longer need these three states here. So you can see I just move them off, right? We're going to fix all of these errors and issues once we just arrive at this point. For now, let's just fix everything. The next thing is our action. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say export interface action. So for action, what do we want to do? Well, we need to talk about what kind of an action we have. So I'm gonna declare this not as an interface, but as a type alias. That's easier for us to declare. So the action is gonna have a specific type, for example, uploading an image, and then it's gonna have the payload, the image information itself. All right. So if you want to add an image, that's going to be the action. But does the action actually contain some data as well? Yes, it's that specific image that we uploaded. So we could call this type add. Now we don't say add image, right? We say add, because we don't have images, we have items. So I'm going to call it add item, and the payload is going to be what? It's just going to be a simple string for us. There we go. So that's one action that we have so far done. What is the other action? Well, we have this action that is, we can make the form visible or we can make it hidden. And here I'm going to use a union type of TypeScript, and I'm going to add that toggling of the form for us. So this is going to be type, and I'm going to say toggle underscore form, right? And let's just make sure this is a string. And once we toggle the form, do we have some sort of payload, some sort of data with that? No, it's just show the form or hide it. That's it. And let me just save this so it rearranges that better. Let's go to the next type. So what could be the next one? Well, we update our inputs, right? We take a look at if there is something inside of the inputs. We did have a use state for that, right? We want to replace all of use states with use reducers. Now, these types are very, very important for our use reducer, and I'm going to show you how to use these. So the other one, I'm just changing the names a little bit just to make sure that they make sense. We have update inputs. And then once we update the input, what kind of a data do we have? Well, it's going to be different, right? Do we update the title? Do we add a file? What do we do? So for that reason, we're going to use a partial type of TypeScript, and I'm going to pass in inputs right in there. Cool. And then the next one and the final one for now is whenever we click, so we remove all of the, let me just show it to you. So here, I add like cat. No? And then I don't want to add this, and then I say close for. And next time I open up, the cat has been resetted, right? We did have something like this, where once we close the form, once we handle the submit, like right here, we get rid of all of our inputs, okay? So that's something that we need to add in here as well. And I'm just going to call that reset underscore inputs, right? And once we reset them, we don't have any kind of data for them. And this should be payload. There we go. So we have all of our types. Let's jump into our context and let's just import this type. And now let's move forward with our context. So you might have noticed that the name of this gallery context, it looks like it resembles a component. And one of the key features of a component is returning JSX. And yes, context is actually a component that returns JSX. So let's go ahead and let's fix that. We're going to say export function. Now, when you're working with context, there are some conventions when it comes to naming. So whatever your app does, you need to write this provider in front of it or after it, provider. So this is a gallery app. I'm going to say gallery provider. So we provide the context or the state management of the app. Now, once we provide the state management of the app, this state management has to wrap our entire application. So for that reason, we're going to use the children props, and the type of this is going to come from gallery provider props, which we are yet to create. We are going to create this. All right. So let's go ahead and let's actually create this type. I'm going to come to here. Let's go down. I'm going to say export interface. Gallery provider types. What is going to be the type of this? There is just one item, children, and the type of that is React Node. React Node. Okay, cool. So did we import that? No, let's just import it. There we go. That part is also done. So what do we want to return from this component? Well, we want to return our context. And how do you return that? So let's first of all return something. So return our context, right? So the context, it has a specific component, and that component is called gallery context. Now, since we want to provide it, there is a provider on it. Again, these are conventions. You need to go like this. Otherwise, context is not going to work. And in here, now this gallery context, that provider wraps around our entire app component. So for that reason, app is going to come right here where children is. Children is just a substitute for our app. So whenever we wrap app with our context, app is going to replace this children, and it's going to come exactly inside of our context, right? But we still need some more information here. As you can see, there are some problems. So for this one, we need to pass in a value, and the value should contain what is our state and what is our dispatch, because state contains all of the information on the UI of our application. And dispatch is a method that sends an action that has come from the user to our context. So we need to wrap this app with all of this info. But we don't have this state. We did define their types, but we don't know where the state is coming from, where this dispatch is coming from. That's where useReducer comes into the picture. So we have this hook that's called useReducer. And if you've worked with the reduce method of arrays in JavaScript, you already know what this useReducer does. It's not user reducer, it's useReducer. Let me import that as well. So useReducer is a hook that changes the UI based on some sort of an action. All right. And it's almost like useState. Technically, you could do whatever you can with useState with useReducer as well. But useReducer is more intentional. It's more specific, right? And instead of having 100 use states, you can just have one useReducer that's going to have 100 different actions, all right? So this is why useReducer in these kind of situations are more preferred over useState. So useReducer accepts exactly two things. Two things it accepts, and it returns exactly two things. What does it accept? It accepts a reducer function, and it also accepts our initial state. You remember initial state from useState? This accepts that as well. But it accepts a reducer function. Now, the reducer function name is reducer, but depending on your app, you're going to prepend this name with the name of whatever your app does. So in this scenario, we have gallery, so it's going to be gallery reducer. And the initial state is, we just call it initial state. And I'm going to come up with the initial state. Now, this is what this accepts. But what does the useReducer produce? It produces exactly two things. It produces the state because it's useState, right? It calculates, it receives the action using dispatch. It calculates the next state and it sends the next state back, right? So it updates the UI, so we see new information on the web page, and it returns the dispatch as well. There we go. So this state, the state and dispatch, they come from our useReducer. That's why useReducer works very good with context, right? And that's why when you have context, you have useReducer, because that's what the value for the context actually is. So now you can see how these are intertwined. You can't have one without the other. So, of course, you can have useReducer without the context. You can just do all of this with that, but this is a better way. This is a more conventional way of going about this. So let's talk about this. What is this gallery reducer? This is a simple JavaScript function that takes something big and it reduces it to something small. And this should be familiar to you. You know the reduce method on arrays. It accepts something big and it returns something small. And gallery reducer is exactly the same thing. That's why their name is reducer, because they have been derived from the reduce method on arrays. I'm saying this so you know this is easy. You're not intimidated by this. But what is our initial state? Initial state is very, very interesting. Let's go ahead and let's actually create our initial state first. So for this one, I'm going to say const initial state. Now this is state. What is the type of this? Well, we have already created the type of that, right? We already know what our initial state is. Let me just import this. I just imported that. So let's take a look at our state. We did talk about that, right? So the initial state has a type of state. It means it has items. It has the ability to have items to show or hide the form and to change the inputs. That's our initial state. So now you know what that is, right? So we have items. What is items? It's an array, right? Let's move forward. We have the other type. Let me just copy it from here. Put it there. What is the type of this? Well, initially, what is this? When you go to the web page, initially, do you see the form? No. So initially, this is set to false, right? Now, we have our inputs. What do we have initially inside of our inputs? You exactly know what you have. You have the title, you have the file, and you have the path. So I'm just going to copy it from there, and I'm just going to put it right here. Uncomment these. That's our initial state. Very simple. Now you can see why use state is so primitive. It has its use cases, but for these kind of things, it's primitive. We're going to use reducer. So use reducer is so much bigger and so much more powerful than use state. Now let's talk about this gallery reducer. This is a simple JavaScript function that takes something big and it produces something small. But before moving there, I want to complete the context and then I want to move there. Now, we return this, but a common convention for context is that we should show some sort of a message. Two things, more conventions, right? Two more conventions. One of the conventions is that we need to throw an error if any other developer does not use this context to wrap their entire app component. And the second thing is that how are we going to use this context? We need to convert this into a hook because hooks are very simple to work with, right? So from this context, we produce this JSX. Well, this JSX is going to be used inside of our app component. But how are we going to use the state that comes, or the functions and all of the features of this context? Well, we need to have some sort of a hook for that. So let's go ahead and let's create it. Therefore, I'm going to say export function. What should be the name of this hook? This is a custom hook, right? So I'm going to say use. I know hooks start with use, but what should be the other part of it? Well, since I'm working with gallery, I'm just going to call it gallery, right? Use gallery. That's our hook. And this hook allows us to use context. So let's create the context here. I'm going to say context comes from use context. This is something that React gives us. And I'm going to pass in our gallery context. And there we go. Congratulations. You just created and completed the context. We're going to add more and more information to it, but the context is just completed with this line 27. Now, where is our error? We're going to say if context is not used properly, we throw a very generic error, and I'm just going to copy paste it here. And then what do we return from this hook? We return the context. Now the context could have one functionality like uploading an image, or it could have 1,000 functionalities. All of them are wrapped around this variable, which is called context. And for now, this is done. So let's go ahead and let's create the reducer. But another way for this one would be to actually use this inside of our app component, because I want to close this. How do we use context? How do we make sure that context wraps around our entire application? Well, that's simple. I'm just going to cut this part. I'm going to have my component gallery context, gallery provider. That's the name. I just imported that as well. I'm going to put the router provider inside of there. And that's it. So we imported gallery provider. That's why it should be gallery context.provider, right? And now it surrounds our entire application. And let me just close that. And now let's talk about gallery reducers. So what you can do is you can write all of your reducers inside of the gallery context, or you can just extract them to their own file. So I'm going to say gallery reducer, but am I going to have one reducer? No. So I'm going to say gallery reducers dot. Now, these are pure JavaScript functions. So these are not components. That's why the extension is going to be TS, not TSX, because again, these are not components. These are just functions. Cool. Now, let me close the sidebar. So what do we want to do inside of our reducers? Well, we want to have as many reducers as the actions require. So we have 4 actions. For every action, you're going to have one reducer, right? So far we have implemented 4 actions. Therefore, we're going to have 4 different reducers. Cool. Let's actually code our reducers. So you know what? I'm going to grab this and put it on the other side. And here we have our reducers. Don't worry about these errors in our gallery page. Once we complete the reducers, we're going to go back and we're going to update our gallery page and the forms as well. So here we're going to have, now we need to export these functions so we can use them inside of our context. That's why I'm going to say export function. What was the name of the function? What did we call that? We called it gallery reducer, right? There we go. So what this gallery reducer contains is a state, the type of which comes from state, which I just imported, and it also contains actions. And I'm going to explain this again, why. And what does this produce? It produces the next state. So I'm going to be very short and very quick the way this works. So user opens up our web page, clicks on the form. So once this action happens, that the user wants to see the form, an action comes to the reducer. How does the reducer handle that? Well, let me just show it to you right here, how reducer handles that. Reducer is going to take a look at one of the cases that it has, because every action is represented by one individual case. So the first action that we are currently talking about is this toggle form. So let me copy this, and I'm going to come right here and let's take a look at our action. On the action, we have a specific type. So as soon as I do case and open up quotes, you can see we just have 4 different types. So I didn't even have to copy that. We have autocomplete here because all of these are intertwined. We have this toggle form. Let's say this is our very first action. In order to upload something, user has to toggle the form, right? And then what do we return to the user? Well, we return the state unchanged. That means we don't add any item, we don't delete any item, we just show the form. So user either takes a look, wants to show the form or wants to hide the form. So this one is going to be image upload form visible. We just reverse this state.image upload form. So why do we reverse it? It's exactly like use state. We reverse that. We just say false, and whenever we use the set image upload, we just reverse it. Because if it is shown, user clicks on the button, it's going to be hidden. If it is hidden, user clicks on it, it's going to be shown. So whenever the change happens, the value is going to be flipped. All right, but what about the inputs? Let's take a look at the inputs. I'm going to select the inputs. So these inputs are available on the state.image upload form visible. Why do we say visibility of the form is inputs are dependent on the visibility of the form? Because if the form is visible, we don't want to write anything inside of the inputs. The inputs should be clear. So let me just add that here. For the title, should be equal to null. So whenever user wants to upload a new image, the title part should be empty. The file should also be empty. And then the path should be empty as well. There we go. If the form is not visible, well, the state of that is going to come from our inputs, however many inputs there are. So this should be on the same line. Whoops. There, and we need to pass in a comma there, and that's it. So whenever user wants to see this, user wants to see the form, this is how we handle that. We spread all of the previous, whatever there is inside of the previous state, so we do not overwrite it. We change the visibility of the form, we flip that, and we also need to consider the inputs, the title, the file, and the path. Add a default state. So default is going to be return state. There we go. So we just implemented this first one, and we need to go ahead and actually change or update our gallery page and the upload image form in order for these changes to actually occur and in order for these changes to be visible. But before moving forward, we have already talked about the other 3 types, the add item, update inputs, and reset inputs. So I want to handle those here as well, and then we're going to move forward. So next one is, you could say add item. So you toggle the form and then you add the item. And in order to add an item, that's actually very simple. We have our return right here, and we take a look at the previous state. We don't change the state, so we spread the state here. The item is going to come from our action. So on the action, we have some sort of a payload, right? And we add that item from our payload. What is the item? That's a gallery image. But since we added to the start, we put the payload at the start, and then at the end is going to be all the previously added images. Now keep in mind, whenever you add a new image, you do not want to overwrite the previous images, right? And then we grab our image upload form, we set it to false, which means after the item has been added, the form should not be visible. And if the form is not visible, what do we do with the inputs? Well, we select the input and we do exactly this. Gallery page, we just turn everything, we just reset everything. So this is null and this is also null. Save that. So this is our add item. We have already done two. Let's talk about the update. So right here, I'm going to have case. You can see we just have two since we have already handled the other two. And this is going to be return. We need to return something from these cases as well. So for the update, again, we keep this previous state as it is, or we just spread that. We have our inputs. Now this is update inputs. So this is exactly like this use state that we had here. This use state. So we are setting the inputs, right? So for the inputs, what do we have? We have whatever the user has already written in there. And then whatever user sends as a payload. That's it. So this is going to be our update inputs. Let's talk about how we can reset these. So I'm going to say reset. This is the last case so far. We're going to add more cases, more types, but for now we just have these four. For this one, reset inputs, this should be very simple. Let's spread our state. And then I'm going to select my inputs, and the title should be set to null, and then file, and finally path. Let me just add comma, and there we go. So far we're done with our reducer and somewhat our context. What we need to do further is actually update our gallery page in order to work. You can see we have 9+ errors. So all of this, they should work with our reducer and our context rather than our use states that we have here. So I'm going to keep my use states here. I'm going to come right down here. And we talked about how we can actually use our context. We converted that into a hook. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to call that hook in here. So what was the hook? The hook is called use gallery, right? I just imported that as well. What does use gallery give me? What does it give me? It provides me with a state and with the dispatch. I need state to update the next state, right? The newly added information. And I need dispatch in order to send the action that the user has done, send the action to the context. That's why I need state and dispatch. So here, this is, now keep in mind, these are objects. So we have state and then we have dispatch. Let's initialize this as well. This should be the first line. So I'm just going to put it on the top, but I'm going to keep these other use states as comments there so you can have them as reference. So now that we have our state, let's update our functions one by one. So I'm going to start with this handle change. You can see there is just a ton of errors here. So for handle change, we're going to keep this part as it is. Should I give you this as a comment, or this is like simple for you to be able to do? So instead of using set inputs and set inputs here, we need to dispatch our actions. So I'm just going to get rid of everything that we have inside of our if statement. I'm going to use dispatch. Now, what do we want to dispatch? We want to dispatch an object. So what is that object? the object, the first thing that it needs is the type that we want to dispatch. So we are talking about changing, so that's changing inputs. So that means we're talking about update inputs. What kind of a payload do we want to send to our centralized context? Well, the payload is the file, right? So the payload is the file, which comes from e.target.files, and the first item from there, right? And the payload is also the path, which is url.createObjectURL, and I'm going to pass in e.target.files, which is going to be the first item of that. All right, so this is what we dispatch. Now, this is for the, now you might ask, okay, where's the title? This is for the file dispatch. We said if we have a file, then we dispatch it. But the title is actually handled in the else clause. So in the if clause, we handle the file, and in the else clause, we handle the title. So instead of this, what do? We dispatch our title. And how do we dispatch that? We say, okay, the type of this is going to be the same thing, right? This is a very good thing. This is one of the good things about TypeScript is it gives you type safety. And now you know exactly that you are going correctly. So there we go. What is the payload? Payload is something that we send using our dispatch to our use reducer. And use reducer has access to this payload. How? Using the action. So there we go. You can see payload is available on the action. Cool. Payload. What is the payload? The payload is the title. Where is that title coming from? It is coming from the input e.target.value of the input. There we go. This part is done. Let's move forward with our handle submit. So we no longer need all of this. We're just going to say, now this inputs is no longer available like this. It is available on the state. So we say if the path is available, then we, instead of doing all of these, we just say dispatch. What do we dispatch? Well, this is handle submit. We add an item. So the type of this is going to be add item. What is going to be the payload? The payload is going to be everything, right? So payload is going to be state.inputs.path. There we go. If path is available, unless path is available, we are not going to submit this. This is very good, right? So let's move forward and let's actually try to organize these as well. So here we have two things that we no longer have access to. So we have this, let me just get rid of both of these up until here. Instead of this, we have dispatch. So you can see it's so much shorter and so much more organized. What do we have within the dispatch? What is this? This is the button that toggles the form, right? And now you know exactly which type you use for this. You use toggle form. And does toggle form have some sort of payload? No, it doesn't. So we don't add it. Now, we no longer have access to this. We have access to this on the state. And there we go. The error is gone. Now, what about this? Again, on the state. State now controls everything. There we go. So all of these, they just become state. And finally, for our items right here, again, these are available on the state. Now the count, we don't change it because count comes from our use state. This is very small. We could use our use state for our count. Now, why is there an error? Because we need to have state. This is available on the state.items. And this one as well, state.items. There we go. We still seem to have 4 issues. So we no longer need this type. My photos, let's just comment this part out. So there is one more thing that seems to be missing. Oh, there is nothing. That's it. And now let's take a look at our context to see what the problem here is. So it says, let me just hover on this. So it's fast refresh only works. Okay. So the problem is that we are exporting a component and we're exporting a function from this. So hot reload is going to be disabled. The easiest way for us to get rid of this is actually add this comment. This is going to disable it for this, and the error is gone. So far this part is done. We need to actually take a look at our upload form as well. There we go. Let's try to upload an image and let's see if we encounter any issues. So we have this cat, I just uploaded that, and there we go. Right? If I reload the page, since we do not store anything anywhere, the image is going to go away. But aside from that, there should not be any error. So I'm going to do this llama, and let's grab this image, upload this, and there we go. You can see, very cool, right? So we were able to clean up our code, tidy up our code. I'm going to keep these here, and we extracted all of the state to a centralized point. And the next step for us would be to actually persist these changes to somewhere. And where is that somewhere? That somewhere is Supabase. So in the next step, we're going to get started with Supabase. And getting started with a Supabase project is very simple. So the first thing that you need to go is you need to go to supabase.com and you need to create an account. After you've created an account, you will have the option to create an organization like I've done here. And for the free tiers, at this point in time, there are only 2 projects that you can create for the free tier. So I have this project, which is the completed one, and this is the one that I just created a few seconds ago. And what you're going to do is you're going to click on this new project. Since I have already created my 2 free projects, I can't show you the options, but it's very simple. So there is the first option, organization. The second one is project name. And the third one is project password. Project name and password, they're required. And then you're just going to click on create new project. That's it. There are other options if you want to dive deep, like security and some other stuff. But for beginners, you don't have to really worry about that. It's already pre-configured for you. That's the good thing about Supabase. That's why they charge money, right? So you can just create a new project and just go ahead and refresh the page. You should see the project right here. And it is very simple to get started with this project. The only thing you need to do is just click on it. And the main things are in the sidebar on the left. You have the project overview, you have the table editor that we're going to work with. Storage is going to be where we upload our images along with their size. So however heavy our images are, they're going to come inside of the storage, but their metadata, for example, the name of the project, for example, the name of the image, the URL, the ID, the date the image was uploaded, all of that is going to come inside of this database, a database that we're going to create here. And then finally, for Supabase, we're going to implement auth as well. So we're going to talk about 3 options of all of these, right? And the first thing that I'm going to do is first, let's go ahead and let's take a look at our project overview. We need to make sure that our project currently is connected to our Supabase. And then we're going to implement, for starters, 3 functionalities. So the first one would be uploading images. The second one would be the functionality to delete an image. And the third one would be to download images. So these 3 functionalities, right? So I'm going to come right down, and here you're going to have connecting to your new project. And this is very, very important. So here, what you have is you have a project URL, which is this one, which you do need to copy. And then you have the API key, which is anon public. This is anonymous, right? So this is a key that you should hide and not upload it to GitHub. Now, I'm showing you this key because it doesn't really matter here, because this is a very long key. This is not even half of the key that is showing here. So I don't worry about it. Now, after that, you need to go ahead and copy all of this, right? And put it inside of your React project. But before copying, you need to install Supabase. So I'm going to copy that part, come right here, close the server. I'm going to say npm install, and then I'm going to pass Supabase.js, hit enter. This is going to install it for me. We can take a look at our project dependencies. There we go. Supabase has been installed. So now that Supabase has been installed, we need to put this Supabase logic somewhere. Now I want it to be in a different file, in a different folder, so it makes sense, right? So inside of the source, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it Supabase. And once you see this, you're going to know, okay, this is the Supabase configuration. But the Supabase, when it comes to the state management, that's going to go inside of where? Reducers or the context? The context, right? So here we have Supabase. And since this is only pure JavaScript or TypeScript, we're just going to say supabase.ts, right? There we go. I can come to the browser, click on this, and then put it right here. Cool. Now, instead of having this code here, we need to go ahead and create a .env file and put our project URL and Supabase key in there, right? And I'm going to show you how you can actually do that. So for starters, what we need to do is we need to change this. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to say import.meta.env, and then we're going to have Vite underscore Supabase underscore URL. So that's going to be the first environment variable that we are going to import here. And the second environment variable is this one. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put it right here. And that's called Supabase key. Cool. Now, we need to export this one as well. So I'm just going to say export. Whoops, mistyped that. Export const. And there we go. So I'm going to save this. Now, whenever you create this environment variable, it has to be at the same level as the source. So I'm going to close the source so you can see the project. And in here, I'm going to click, right click, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it .env. Now, you could call it .env.local. There are like a few conventions that you can call this, but I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to call it .env. And let's hit enter. Inside of this .env, we are going to have two different variables. What are the variable names? Now, this is very important. The first variable name is Vite Supabase URL, and the second one could be, you know what, I could just get rid of the Vite, or I could just keep it so you know it's a Vite project. So I'm going to put that there. Vite Supabase. This is an anonymous key, so I need to denote that as well. There we go. So this is the very first variable name. There we go. And then I'm going to add an equality sign. Now keep in mind, you should not have any kind of quotes or spaces or semicolons, nothing. So the name of the variable and then what the variable holds. Now this Supabase URL is right here. I can just copy it from here and I can just paste it there, and that's it. That's it. I don't have to do anything else. What is the second variable? Now keep in mind, I'm not selecting the import.meta.env because that's not the name of the variable. I'm just selecting the part which is capitalized. That's the name of the variable. And I'm going to put that right here. And now for this anon key, what you're going to do is you're going to copy this, come right here, and then you're going to paste it like this. And once you paste this, once you have pasted this, just save this and close this. That's it. Save this one and you can close this one as well. And that's it for your Supabase configuration. So let me just close the sidebar. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to actually go ahead and make sure that context is actually working with Supabase. So the first thing that I want to do here is you can go about this any way you want, but I feel like the first thing should be the ability to upload an image. So let's see how we can do that. Now I need to make sure I write that inside of this gallery provider. What happens inside of this hook is no longer relevant. We have already talked about that, so I'm just going to collapse this. But where we're going to work is going to be this logic part of this function. So here I'm going to go step by step. and I'm going to explain everything, all right? And this is very simple. This is just some JavaScript code coupled with some SQL queries. Because in Supabase, what you have is you have SQL. Supabase is a Postgres database, which is basically like table, as opposed to MongoDB, which is objects. So here we're going to create a function, and I'm going to call it upload image. Now, since once we upload an image, that's going to involve a network call, this should be an asynchronous operation, aka a non-blocking one. Now, it's not going to accept anything as arguments or as parameters, but the first thing that I want to do here is actually select what kind of stuff I have inside of my input. We want to get the current form values from our state. So we have the state that we have already specified, which was given to us using our use reducer. And on the state, we have inputs. So inputs, there we go. Let me initialize this as well. So the first thing I want to check is if there is no file or if there is no title, I don't want to upload anything. So I'm going to say if inputs.file or inputs.title. If these two do not exist, then I want to throw an error and I want to return. So I'm going to say console.log. This error is just for understanding and being able to trace back our steps and for our stack, so we know okay where the error happened for debugging. Missing file or title. I'm just going to keep it simple, and then we're going to return. So that's the first thing that I wanted to do here. So next up, let's go ahead and let's wrap all Supabase operations in a try-catch block so we can properly handle the error, handle debugging and errors. So in the try part, we are going to define what we want to do, and I'm going to go step by step. And I'm going to give you some comments in case you don't have any prior knowledge of this. I want these React videos, all of them, I've wanted them to be beginner friendly. So let's go step by step. Step one is going to be upload file image file to Supabase storage. Now we have not created a storage. We're going to create it. Our server is not running. So I'm going to write the code, and then we're going to jump into Supabase, and I'm going to show you how to create a storage, and then how to create a database, and then how to connect it. But the connection part actually happens inside of our code. So this is the first thing. We want to upload images to Supabase. And then what we want to do is, in case one image has in case two images, they have the same name, let's append it with something that is going to make it unique. So I'm going to create a file name, and I'm going to grab the date when the image was created, and then I'm going to add that to the name of the image in case two images have the same name. So for that, I'm going to use backticks. Let's select date.now, and then I'm going to add there, outside of there, I'm going to add a hyphen, and then we're going to select, where is the name of the file? It's on the inputs.file.name. There we go. So let's move forward. I should not have saved that. That's why there is that error. And this is going to be our very first step. Starting, of course, we are not finished. We are just getting started. Next step is to send the image to the storage. Now, that's the first thing that we do. Whenever we upload the image, it goes to the storage or to the bucket. And then from the bucket, we are going to select specific information of the image and store it inside of the table. So let me just show it to you first so you can really visualize that. So take a look at this one. You can see it has this timestamp, this first number. That's the time when this was created. -1. That 1 is the name of the image. So the image has several information on it, right? We have when the image was created, we have the name of the image, and so on and so forth. So if you take a look at this 3612, if I go to my table, that's, let me just make this smaller. And that was the first one, right? So here we have the ID of the image, the title for the image URL, the user ID, the user that uploaded the image, and then we have when the image was uploaded. All right, so all of that is right here. Now, why does this name differ from the name that we have in the table? This is the actual image that I uploaded. So on my PC, if I were to upload another image, let me just take a look at that. Let me just show it to you. You can see the name of these images are numbers, but the name that I write here, that goes to the database. Now we need to implement that logic. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do that. We have on the Supabase, so I'm going to do await since this is an async function, and whenever we're talking to Supabase, that's a network call. We are going to make that asynchronous. We are going to say Supabase. On the Supabase, we have this storage, and on the storage we have a method that's called from, and this from gives us the gallery or the bucket that we have created, and I'm going to call it gallery images 2. So the other project is 1, this is going to be 2. And from here what we're going to grab is we're going to say upload the file name as the name as well as the file itself. So what this actually gives us is very interesting. So let me just open up curly braces. This is going to give us our data as well as an error if this operation does not work successfully. So we have data that is going to have a type of upload data, and then we're going to have error that is going to have a type of upload error, right? Let me just write an R there. Come on, buddy. And I'm going to initialize this as well. There we go. Now, let me just hover on this. It says could not find Supabase because we did not actually import this. So let me just remove the last character, add it there, and there we go. So I just imported Supabase from that Supabase folder file that we have. So it's right here. I just imported that. There we go. And it looks like I have mistyped this const again. There we go. Very good. So now we have these, but we have not used them. So this is going to be our upload data as well as the error if there is an error. And finally, let's throw an error if we have an error. So we have selected our error. We have destructured it from the upload. So I'm going to say if there is an upload error, then just console dot. We could use console log or we could use console dot error. And this is going to be error uploading images. So add a comma, and that's going to be whatever the upload error is. And we return from this. So the first step is done. We have been able to successfully upload our images. Okay. And the second step for us is going to be to get the public URL, get the images URL, and store it inside of our database. That's going to be our second step. So here I'm going to say step 2, get public URL to store it inside of the for table. I could just say table, right? So where is this public URL? On the Supabase, we have something. Let's go to Supabase. On the Supabase, we have the storage. On the storage, we have this from. Let me just convert this to asynchronous. And this, what is the name of the bucket that we have specified? You need to keep in mind, this should be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this. I could have copied the entire thing. So we're talking with the same bucket, with the same storage. And on there, we have a method that's called get public URL. And you are going to pass in the file name in there. That's the file that we have uploaded. So what this gives us is going to be a public URL. So we're going to have a data from which we're going to grab our public URL. Let me initialize this as well. And there we go. So this is our second step. For the third step, we need to grab the metadata, as I talked about that previously. We have extracted these. We need to store all of this metadata to our table, aka our database. So here I have step 3, store metadata to table or DB. Table or DB, both of them the same thing. Now here, what it says is no effect on type of this expression, so we can just get rid of it, right? For the third step, we have this Supabase again. So we're working with the Supabase from. Now here, you should have created the table, but since we have not created the table, I'm just gonna name the table here, but make sure the table name stays the same. Now I'm just gonna call this images DB, okay? But everywhere I am referencing this, it should be images DB. Cool. And now that we have selected this database, let's insert some stuff into it. And what do we want to insert in there? So this is going to be an array of some objects that we want to insert. So the first one is going to be title. Title comes from inputs.title. And then we have image URL, and that's going to be our public URL that we have already extracted. Let me add a comma there, and let's go ahead and return the inserted data as well. So we need to get the created record back. So I'm going to say select, and that should be it for our third step. So that's the step number 3, and well, actually, that's not step number 3. We didn't actually say what this returns, so we can store it inside of the variable. So from this, we get data as well as error. Now, in case there is an error here, we need to log that. So I'm going to say if error, this is like all of these steps. This is just for debugging in case we run into errors. So console.error, and I'm going to say error, what should I call this? Saving to DB or database. And then where is the error itself? There we go. And then we return from this. Okay, cool. And step number 4, which is going to be our final step, we are going to update the local state of our application. Basically, we're going to update the UI of the app. So step 4, we're going to say update local state. And how do we update that? Well, remember we have this dispatch, and this dispatch accepts an object. The object has a specific type. So what kind of a type do we use? So we are adding an item. So we're going to use the add item. And what is going to be the payload? The payload is very interesting. It's going to be the public URL that we have received from that specific image. Payload. And let me just run this type public URL string is not assignable type string. So here this is actually an object. So I'm just going to convert it to an object, and there we go. Works perfectly fine. And what do we do next is we are going to log a successful message if we have successfully uploaded something. So I'm going to come right here and I'm going to say console.log successfully uploaded. And what is it that we want to show here? That's going to be our data, right? So this is our console log, and let's come right here. And in here, we're going to say catch. And what is going to be the catch? So catch is going to be the code block that's going to handle our errors, right? And if there is any error, we're going to say console.error, error in upload process. And this is going to be error. Very good. And now that issue is solved. Let me see what else is missing here. We have this upload image that we have not used. And upload date. You know what? Let me just get rid of this. Get rid of the comma. What else? What else is missing? So we have this upload image. That's it. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and update our context types in order to handle this upload image, and we need to make sure that our context also exports this. What I mean by context is our hook can actually export this. So we have state dispatch, and then right after that we have the upload image. And then let's go to our types. So where is the types for this one? We have this gallery context type. And in here, I'm going to add the upload image. This is going to be a function. And this is going to return a promise type of void. And that should be it. So let me save this. And finally, let's go ahead and let's update our gallery page. And that should be simple too. So let's go to our gallery page. Now, this is uploading an image. So which of these two functions should we talk about? Should we talk about this handle change, or should we talk about handle submit? Well, we're going to talk about handle submit because this is the part where we actually send something to the storage, right? So instead of doing this, I'm just going to comment that one out. So if you just pay attention to this, we have already done this line inside of our upload image. So we no longer need this. I could just get rid of that because there is going to be a lot of comments here and there. I'm just going to say await. Now, I could create an if statement. I could say, okay, if we have the path and the file and the title, then we want to update. We want to wait and upload the image. But if we don't have any of those, we already have that use memo in place, the button is going to be disabled. So there is not going to be any upload. So upload image, and then it's going to say, okay, this is not imported. Let me just grab it. And now the only thing you need to do is you have this use gallery, right? You're going to provide a comma, and then you're just going to paste that upload image. Right? So you have this await now. Now the reason that we have the await here is because now this function is going to talk to the Supabase API. So there is like a network call. We need to make sure this is asynchronous. So we have the async right there. And then let's save this. Let's go ahead and let's try this before moving forward. No. Before even trying that, we need to make sure we have our table. So inside of the tables, let's go to the context. I need to make sure the name is correct. So we said the table is images DB. I'm going to create a new table. I'm going to grab and I'm going to say images DB, and I'm going to save this. Waiting a few seconds for this one, adding 2 columns to the images DB. We're going to fix the number of columns that this one has. So we have an ID column, a text, a title column, an image URL. Let's go one by one. So we already have this ID. We already have the created at. What else is missing? The title, the image URL. So here I'm going to click. I'm going to say title, the type of which, now here you need to select the type of which is going to be text. So text. There we go. And just save that. Just saved it. There we go. So we have, let me just put it right here. So we have the ID, we have the title, and then we have the created at. The next one is image URL. So I'm going to say image underscore URL. The type of this is going to be text as well. So text. You can see it's very simple. You can just use this UI in order to create this. Of course, you can always write SQL queries as well. And the final one is going to be user ID. So which user has uploaded this? We're going to say user underscore ID. And the type of this is going to be UUID, universally unique identifier. And just wait for it. Let me just pass it here. There we go. We just created that. So for this one, if I just take a look at this, you should be able to see all of them, right? Should I zoom out a little bit? Yep, much better. So we have the ID, text, title, image URL, user ID, and created ad. Now I have created all of these. We need to go ahead and create the storage too. So what name did we use for the storage? We use this name. It has to be the same thing. So you're going to click on new bucket, create the name, and we are going to just create this. There we go. Here is our bucket. We don't have anything inside of it. Now, we have created these. Now, what I'm going to do next is we have a lot of Supabase pages open. So this is I'm just going to bring the completed project to the right, and then this should be here as well. We have the project that we're working on, and this is our project, and the rest of the tabs that they belong to the completed project in case we want to reference something. So now, clear this, npm run dev. Let's see what kind of an error we encounter once we upload something. So this is going to reload, of course. Let's go ahead and upload an image. So here, I'm going to grab this and I'm going to say cat. Let's upload this. I'm going to go to the inspect and let's reload the page so we can see what kind of an error we get really. So let me zoom this in. We have already provided a lot of console logs for our errors. So here it says post, okay, error uploading images, storage API error, new row violates row level security. So we have an RLS issue. What this basically says is that we need to make sure that whoever uploads these images, they have the proper authentication in order to upload it. So what this basically tells us is, since we don't have any kind of authentication available, we're not going to be able to upload images. But for now, we're going to get rid of these errors so we can see that the logic that we have created inside of or written inside of the context works. Then we are going to bring these back and we are going to implement the authentication. But for now, we don't want to see this. So this is an RLS error, and it's sort of easy for you to actually go ahead and get rid of this error. So the first thing you need to do is you need to come inside of your storage, click on this gallery images -2, and from here, just click on this policy right here. Just click on this. And you're going to see just a few stuff. Let me zoom this in so you can really see that better. So the part where it says buckets, right? This part. In front of this, you can see there is new policy. I'm going to click on this new policy and I'm going to say for full customization. So which part? I'm going to select this part. I'm going to click on this. And now this is going to ask for a policy name. It's going to ask for some allowed operations, target roles, and then we have something that's called a policy definition. We're going to talk about all of them. Cool. It's very simple. It's basically there is like that thing and then the definition of it is underneath it. So for the first policy, the name is going to be allow public uploads. There we go. And for the allowed operations, we're going to select, or basically tick mark is select and insert, right? For the target role, we're going to select anon or anonymous. There we go. So anyone can upload images. And finally, for this one, we are going to just get rid of this and we're going to just write true. And just review this, save policy. We're going to change all of these as time goes on as well, right? But for now, because we want to make sure that the the context works correctly, we need to do this. Now, the image, now if we try it, we should be able to see our image, right? Very good. So let's go ahead. Let's reload the page. Start with the cat image. And now I'm just going to click on upload. And if it is uploaded, we need to see some sort of a basically a successful message. But now instead of that, we see some other kind of error. It says saving to database. Now it's the same error. Take a look at this. We have row level security. So this is an RLS error, but this time it is for our database. So we need to fix our database too. Now, just go to table editor. From there, click here, and it says right here, add RLS policy. Let me just go back. Maybe that was a little bit too quick. Let me just go back. So here it says add RLS policy, row level security, and it says row level security and is enabled for this table, but no policies. So let's just click on this. And now from here, what you're going to say is just click on this button. It says disable RLS. Yes, it's going to show you this error, this warning rather, and you just say confirm. But because for now, we want everyone, see, anyone can do this. We just want to check our code, check our logic. Very good. Let's go back. And it says unrestricted here now. Reload the page, try it again. And here, upload the image, successfully uploaded. There we go. We have successfully uploaded this image. So we have everything right here. There is a problem with downloading the images. We're going to fix that, but you can see most of the things work. We have one image uploaded. And now if I come right here, if I go to the storage, take a look at this. Now I have two because this one, both of them are the same image because I fixed the storage. I tried it. The storage worked, but then the database failed, but storage actually worked. So I uploaded an image then. But then once the database worked, I uploaded another one there. So effectively inside of our DB, we should just have one row. There we go. And that's, you can see the ID of two. So you could just select one of these images and delete them. And it should be this one because this is the first one that we uploaded. So 747.28. And this is 745. Okay, the first one should be deleted. There we go. You could delete both of them if you want to, but it doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to delete both of them. And I'm going to go to the table and let's just delete this. Delete row, delete this, and we can just upload an image and that's going to be working correctly. Since we don't have anything, everything is gone. So now we know that our logic works for uploading an image. What do you think is going to be the next step in this process? Of course, we should be able to download images as well. For now, we can't do that really. So let's go ahead and let's remedy that. And with the uploading part already over, it should be very easy for us to implement the downloading part. So the function that is going to be responsible for getting all of the images is going to be called fetch images. And the reason that it's called images, plural, is because once we download the images, there's not going to be just one. There could be like 2 or 1,000. So that's why we just download all of them at the same time. But once we upload them, we just upload them one by one, right? So here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to target the Supabase. On the Supabase, I have this from method, which is part of SQL query. And let's select our database images DB. And I want to select all of the entries. So I'm going to pass in the star there. And I want to order them as well. What do I mean by order? So I want to order them by the time they were created. So if you want to order them by anything, you need to target that specific column. This column is called created_at. Since I want to show the newly created images first, I'm going to say ascending set to false. So the more you scroll down, the older the images are going to get. So what this gives us is going to be much like before. We're going to have data, and then we're going to have the error. Let's say const. Oh, I went in the wrong place. Let me just cut that, put it right here, and then const, and let's save this. There we go. So this just gave us all of our images, And if there is an error, we can just throw it here, right? We don't really need a try catch. We could just remove the try catch from the upload image as well, just to tidy up our code, because we have a lot of these console logs and console errors, and this is going to be error fetching images. And then I'm just going to take a look at the error and I'm going to return this, right? So what else do we want to do? We want to take a look at all of the images inside of the UI, right? So this is going to select all of the images, but how do we take a look at that inside of the UI? So we say if we have data as well as data that is more than one entry, right? If we have the table, but we don't have anything inside of it, what do we show in the UI? We show nothing. So if we have the UI, if we have some data inside of the table, we're going to select our image URLs, and that's basically inside of the data, and we can just map over it. So I'm going to say data.map, and each time we're basically iterating over one photo. And what do I do with that photo? From the photo, the only thing I want to select is going to be the image underscore URL. There we go. And once I've selected that, I need to target my state management, right, in order to update the UI. And what does update the UI? It's our use reducer. So let's dispatch this action as well. Now, what is the type of the action? Well, for this one, we have not created anything, but we are going to create. And I'm going to call this set items, because this is going to set more than one image. This is going to show more than one image. And the payload are going to be images, right? So it's going to be image URLs. That's it. So now we don't have this type inside of our reducer. We need to go to our reducer and we need to fix the type. And let's just go ahead and fix the reducers first. So for this one, where should I add this? We have the toggle form, and I'm going to collapse this. We have the add item. I'm going to collapse it, update inputs, reset inputs. I should put it at the start, but since we have already created these four and I don't want this to be confusing, I'm just going to put it at the end, right? So this is going to be case set underscore items, and let me just go up. Oops. So what do I want to do here? Let's go ahead and let's return. So we want to spread the state, and what do we want to select? We want to select all of the images, and they're available on the action.payload. There we go. So we have the set items. Now it is not compatible with this because it is not still inside of our types. So we need to make sure that it is available inside of the types too. And for that, we have this action. And let me get rid of the semicolon, hit enter, add the pipe character. This is going to be type set underscore items. Oops. Set underscore items. And the payload is going to be for our items, the payload is going to be an array of strings, right? Because the URLs, they're all strings. All right, so now we have this fetch images. Where is this other one coming from? So we have the fetch images. What else is missing? There is just two. I'm not sure where the other one is coming from. Anyway, so we have this fetch images that we have not used. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that now. This has nothing to do with directly with our gallery page, but still we want to run this whenever the component mounts, whenever the application runs for the first time. So for that reason, we can use a very popular React hook, which is called useEffect, which was created specifically for this kind of thing. And we're going to run this on component mount. And how do we do that? We're going to say fetch images. Let's run it. And inside of here, as the second argument to this useEffect, we're going to pass in a dependency array. So if you don't pass a dependency array, useEffect is going to run however many times the UI re-renders, aka like it's going to be exactly like useState. But if you pass it in a dependency array, depending on whatever there is, whatever kind of variable is inside of this dependency array, useEffect is going to run when any of these variables change. But if the dependency array is empty, it's just going to run once, and that is on component mount. And that's exactly what we want to do here, right? So now that all of these are done, we can just go ahead and upload some images, and we should be able to see the uploaded images inside of our UI as well. So let's say cat, select this, upload the image, and it shows animal gallery, right? And successfully uploaded. We don't have any errors. That's a very good thing. We're going to take a look at why there is this issue. Let me just upload another one. I'm going to say koala. So 2 images are enough. Just upload that one as well. There we go. So let me go to here. Let me select any of these. So we have the images, maybe the URL for the images, that's not working correctly. So let me just go over my code. Inside of the code, what I want to do is add, so here is our if statement ending. Let's add a console log. So I'm going to say log, and this should be fetched. I want to see what I'm getting. Fetched images. I'm just going to say data. Let's take a look at these. Successfully uploaded. Let's reload the page. We still get these. So we have these fetched images to title. So everything is coming correctly, but this part. So this is storage image URL. Let me cross-reference this with the actual. It is reloading. There we go. So this koala one, it has this image URL. It is the same thing, but for some reason it doesn't show that, right? Oh, I should go here. The same thing. Now let me just close this. This is working fine. Let me take a look at my code. Reducer, we grab the state and we say action.payload. Yep. Okay, set items. This is fine. This is fine. Grab images DB. Let me take a look at this. It should be the same thing. Images DB, yeah. Otherwise we wouldn't have gotten anything. So created at false. There is no error. Data.length, photo image URL. Image URLs, and then that's going to be our payload. Images URL. Data, do dot on this. Yeah, this is an array, right? I need to pause the video and find this out. I can't just figure this out. So let me just save this. Reload the page. Still get 2 images, right? What do we have inside of our storage? We have this image, right? And then we have the second one, which is koala. But we don't have these. We just see the alternative text. Right? I need to pause the video and find this out. So I think the problem is that this bucket is public. This is our completed application, but this bucket is not public. So what I can do is I can go to edit bucket, make sure this is public, save this, right? And now if I refresh the page, there we go. We got our images. So I was wondering that this is a very simple code. There isn't any error inside it. We didn't have any errors. So why is this happening? It was only because our bucket was not public. So now that it is public, we can just upload any image, download any image. So let's get this image. We'll call this doc, upload this, and it should be appended to the start right here. Okay. Very cool stuff, right? So now if I reload this, okay, where is the reload is here. We got the third image, which is dog. And now let's go to the table. It's already being reloaded. There we go. We got dog. Very cool. So we have been able to implement the uploading functionality as well as the downloading functionality. The next functionality that we need to implement is going to be the ability to be able to delete a specific image. And implementing the deleting functionality is simple. I'm going to get started with our types. There are going to be some changes here for our types. We need to store image IDs alongside their URLs so we can delete them. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to update our types. So for that, I'm going to go to the start. I'm going to say export interface gallery item, right? This is one gallery item. And this gallery item has an ID, which is going to be of type number. It is going to have an image underscore URL, which is going to be of type string. And this will also have a title that is going to be of type string as well. Now let's update the other types with this one. We have the inputs, which is going to stay unchanged. We're going to have the image upload form props, which is going to stay unchanged. Inside of the state, we have this items, which has right here, which has an array of strings as a type. Now this is no longer going to be an array of strings, but instead this is going to be an array of gallery items. So I'm going to say gallery item, and I'm going to copy this name so we can just use it here and there. So now that that is updated, we can add gallery item. So here we no longer have this string. Instead of, for the add item, we no longer have a payload string, but the payload is going to be the gallery item itself. So instead of that, I'm going to do gallery item. And for set items, it's going to be the same thing, a gallery item type as the type of the array. And we also need to have some type. Let me just hit enter the pipe character. We need to have some type for our deleting state, right? So the type of this is going to be delete item, delete underscore item. And once we delete an item, there is going to be a payload with a type of number, which is going to be the ID of the image that we delete. So payload, which is going to have a type of number. This is going to be it for as far as we want to update our types. We need to add another function here because the deleting functionality is going to go to our gallery page. So we export it from our context types. Therefore, the delete image function has to have a type here. I'm going to add the type, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to define the function itself. So whenever we want to delete an image, what do? Well, we need to have the ID of the image that we want to delete, and then we're going to have the image URL as well. This is going to be URL. The type of this is going to be string as well. And what does this function return? It returns a promise with the type of void. There we go. Lowercase v. So that now that we're done inside of this gallery inside of the types, let's move forward and let's update the reducer. So let's go step by step. Inside of the reducer, and the reducer is going to be called, let me just call this case delete item. Yep, we have already called that. Return, what do we want to return? Well, we need to keep the state unchanged, right? And then we need to select a specific item and filter it out. So if the ID is the same thing as the ID that the user wants to delete, we're going to filter it out. We're going to use the filter method of arrays. So what the filter method actually does is it's going to keep all the items whose IDs do not match the item that you want to delete. And in this way, the item that you want to delete is going to be left behind, and all the other items are going to be preserved. They're going to move to the next stage. So we're going to call this items, the items are available on state.items.filter. Since this is an array, what do we want to do for any individual item? If the item.id is not the same thing as the ID of the item that we want to delete, then we keep it. Because if it is the same thing, that's the one that we want to delete, aka leave behind, right? And that's going to be the only thing that we do here for our delete. And now we need to also update our context with this deleting functionality. But before writing this or adding the functionality for deleting, we need to make some changes to our fetch images, and upload image. Because we're no longer working with a specific item. We're working with a gallery item that has a different type. So that's something that we need to send to our database, and that's something that we need to select from our database as well. And let's just get started. So instead of this line where we just have image URLs, I'm just going to comment that line out. I'm going to say const. This is going to be gallery items. And the type of this is going to be gallery item. Well, an array of that, I just imported that as well. And this is available on our data.map. And each iteration, again, we're going to select a photo or a gallery item. But now, what do we want to do with that? So we want to return an object. Now, what is the type of a gallery item? It has an ID, an image URL, and a title. So the ID comes from photo.id, and then the image underscore URL comes from photo.image underscore URL. Very good, right? And the title comes from photo.title. There we go. So this is going to be our gallery items. And now instead of setting image URLs, we actually set gallery items inside of this dispatch in order to update our UI, right? Let's collapse this. That's it. What we wanted to grab from our database in order to show that here. But then what we need to do some changes inside of our upload images as well. So let me just take a look at these. So far, what we are doing here is we're selecting, right, an array instead of a single object. So let's just do a single method on this. The single method, what it does is this is going to give us the data in the form of an object directly. And let me just go down. So here you can see we have this dispatch payload add item, which is going to be our public URL. But instead of this, where is my data? So let me just sift through this a little bit. We have this step 2, right? Public URL. We passed that here. We got a single. So record from there. We have our error and we have this payload that is looking. Let me say string is not assignable to gallery type. So this should be of type gallery type, but we need to define that first. So I'm going to cut this part. I'm going to say if we have some data, then I'm going to put that there. That's going to be our step 4. But then we need to specify our gallery item within this if statement as well. So I'm going to say any item that I upload, I'm going to call it a new item. The type of that is going to be gallery item. And the data that it has, or the properties or members that it has, is going to be data.id. And then ID, whoops. After that, we have the image URL, and that's going to be data.image underscore URL. And finally, we have title, which is going to be data.title. Let me add the commas. Very good. This is our new item. And now we update the UI with this new item. Very good. So we should be done here. Now what I can do is I can get rid of this try catch block just to make sure this code looks a little bit cleaner. Since now that I'm looking at it, we just have like a ton of stuff here. Once I teach this, it just makes me more aware of the code, all the ups and downs, and why am I writing it. So we already have the error here. And then we have the data. Okay, cool. Upload error, we just had the error there as well. We got the error, okay. Error saving to database, error uploading images. Yeah, cool. So let me collapse this function as well. And now after that, let's go ahead and let's create the delete function. So this is going to be async function delete image. What does this accept? It is going to accept an ID with a type of number, and then it's going to accept an image URL with a type of string. Cool. So we're going to go step by step. The first step is that we need to extract the file name. So we know, okay, so we need to have some sort of information on this file that we want to delete. Now, you need to keep in mind that our images are stored in two different places. The actual image is stored inside of the storage, but the metadata of the image, it is stored inside of our SQL table. So we need to select both of these places and just delete the image from both of the places. So let's go ahead and let's grab the file name first. I'm going to say file name. Now, if we want to delete an image, we need to know what the name of that image is as well. And we can find out the image name from our image URL .split. Now, the name of the image or the file name of the image, it contains like a very long name. So it's going to be the image URL in which we have the name of the image. Let me just show it to you so it makes more sense. Take a look at this. We have this image URL, and here is the name of the image, right? So what we need to do is we need to get rid of all of this up until this /, get rid of this, and keep only this part. And this is the image itself. This is the image that we have uploaded, because that's the same thing that we have inside of the here as well. It is just when we uploaded the image hyphen the name of the image. That's the same thing. That's exactly what we have inside of this table as well. So that's exactly what we want to do here. So split is going to help us split this. So where do we split it? We split it right at the bucket name. This is the name of the bucket. Whoops. Just close that. So just show it to you. This is the name of the bucket. So we want to split right at here. And let me just copy it. I'm going to split at this / after the 2. Let's go to the code, put it, but we don't need the other /. And then I'm going to say pop. So what pop does is it's going to return the last element from an array, right? So that's going to return it for me. If we do not have this file name, come on, buddy, file name, then let's just throw an error. We're going to say, why am I writing this like this? So console.error, we're going to say could not extract file name from URL, right? And then we return. Okay, what if we were able to extract file name from URL? Well, we need to delete it from database, and then we need to delete it from storage. So you could say step 2. This is going to be step 2 since step 1 was extracting the file name, right? So step 1, extracting file name. And then step 2 is deleting from storage or deleting from database. It doesn't really matter which way you go about this. So how do we delete it from storage? Let's select our storage, await Supabase dot storage. What is the name of the storage? It is gallery -images -2. And then we want to remove the item, right? Which item do we want to remove? The one that is stored inside of this file name. So let's store this inside of a variable as well. And we're going to call that error. That is going to have storage error as well. There we go. So if we have some sort of a storage error, so storage error, then we're going to say console.error, error deleting, let me just say error deleting from storage, right? And then that's going to be our storage error. Save that. Storage. So oh, sorry, this should be storage.from. Very good. So this is step 2. This is going to delete it from the storage. And now let's talk about step 3, which is going to delete it from our database. And then we should be done. Deleting from DB. Very cool. So I'm going slower so you can really understand what is going on here. So how do we delete it from database? In the same way, we need to have our error in case there is an error. So I'm going to say error db error, and we have await, again network call await, right? Supabase dot, let's select our database, so dot from, we called it images hyphen db. Let's delete, right? And then what do we want to delete from here? Well, we're going to use the EQ method. And what this is going to accept is going to be the ID of whatever row it is that we want to delete, right? So I'm going to pass an ID as ID that we have selected. Very good. If we have some sort of a DB error, if DB error, what do? We say error, that's going to be console.error, and error deleting from DB. And then that's going to be the DB error member from our error. Very good. And we need to return as well. And I forgot to, we do not want to return here because we need to continue to our database. So I do not return inside of the storage, right? Because I wanted to continue to our database. Now, after all of this is done, we need to update the UI as well, right? We need to make sure that the item is effectively gone from the UI. So we're going to say update local state. And how do we do that? Well, we have this dispatch. What does dispatch accept? It needs to have a type, and the type is, we have already created that, delete, and the payload is going to be the ID, right? There we go. So what else do I have? I need to make sure that this delete image is also exported here. Let's add that there. Very good. And then we need to import it inside of our hook use gallery as well. Let's just, let's just import it here. Save this. And for this deleting, in order for this deleting to work inside of our gallery context, inside of our gallery page, we need to have some sort of a button. So all of the context stuff, in case we don't have any errors, that's gone, that's completed, but we still need to have some UI interaction in order for that context to work. So if I hover on any image, you can see I have this nice overlay, and then I have this button, right, which I can just delete. So if I click on this, it's going to pop up the best UX available in JavaScript, and then you can just click on this and it's going to delete it from here. There we go. And all the other images are going to come to the front. So the only thing that I need to do is determine or define this function here, use this actually, and then add that JSX. So that's very simple, right? I'm going to copy this. We have handle change, handle submit, and then right beneath that, I could say async function handle delete, right? Delete, you could say delete image or delete whatever. We need to pass in the ID of the image that we want to delete, and we need to pass in the image URL as well. There we go. The type of this is going to be string. So inside of this, we want to first make sure that user has that best UX. So we're going to say, are you sure you want to delete this image, right? This is going to be the question. If user says, yes, I am sure, then we're going to call this, right? Very cool. So let me pass in the ID as well as the image URL. Now, the only thing remaining is for us to actually update the JSX. Now, I don't want to do anything to the form button, so I'm just going to collapse it. Everything is going to happen inside of this div, inside of this, the one that has the figure element, right? Source gallery not assignable to type. We're going to fix that as well. So we're going to have photo. The photo is going to come from, this key is going to be photo.id. Very good. Photo source is going to come from image URL. Very good. We no longer need this index, so I'm going to get rid of that. What else do I want to do here? I'm going to add a div right after this image, right? So this is going to be a div. This is going to have a class name. I am going to add the styles right now, so I want to go step by step so you can see how this works. Very good. So inside of this div, now this div is inside of this map, which means depending on however many images we have, we're going to repeat this div those many times. So what do we have within this div? I'm going to have a button that's going to be responsible for deleting. Now this button does not have any kind of text. That's why it's just going to have a trash icon on it. For this one, I'm going to apply some styles and then we're going to talk about the functionality. So this is the button that's going to handle our delete. So I'm going to say on click, handle delete. But what do we pass? Handle delete requires an ID. The ID comes from the photo ID. So whichever photo we click on, we just grab the ID from that photo. And the photo also has an image URL. There we go. TypeScript helps us here. Let me save this just to prettify this. And since our buttons have a tooltip, delete image, we're going to add that here as well. So title, this is going to be delete image. Save this. So we have our button, and then I want to show the name of the image that we have stored using the form at the bottom here as well. So let's do that. I'm going to get out of this div. I'm going to create another div. This is the reason that it is a div is because of the positioning stuff, right? So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put that here. And what do I want to do within this div? There's just going to be a paragraph. The paragraph is going to grab the photo title. Let's close that. Let me save this just to prettify it. We're going to have some styles on this as well. So very good. I think we should be done in here. Let me take a look at size full. So I'm going to change a few classes in here. I'm going to add relative and group for this figure, right? So I just added those. Size full is going to be right here. And rounded, yeah, should be okay. Let's take a look at our UI. Let me reload this. There we go. Very cool, right? So why is this here red? Shouldn't be. However, red 5, wherever there is red, just give it to me. That's 2. I'm gonna change it to yellow, and this is going to be, yeah, exactly yellow. Very good. So now if I click on this, we see, are you sure you want to delete this image? If I just click on it, there we go, the image is gone. So here we have 3, one of them just popped. And if I go to my storage, take a look at this and reload this. Come on, buddy. You know what? Let me just empty bucket. Just start from absolute scratch. Let's go here. Let's say, where is delete table? We shouldn't have anything. So if I just reload this, we still have. So let me just delete row and then delete the other row as well. Good to go, right? So refresh this. We don't have anything. I'm going to go to the inspect console, clear this, refresh this. Very good. So now let's add cat. This one, I'm going to add this image, right? The image was added. Now, if I take a look at that here, where's my storage? There we go. We just have one image of the cat. And let's just open it in another tab. This one is updated as well. Very good. Now, if I just click on this, delete this, image is gone. Okay, that's cool. It does not delete it from the from here, but if I take a look at this, it deletes it from the DB, but it doesn't delete it from the bucket. Let me take a look at this. So I deleted the dog image. Let me delete this cat from here as well. This is our completed app. I just want to know if I have this glitch here as well. So 2 items were popped. So now I have only 5. But if I reload this, there we go. I have 5 here as well. So there should be something wrong with our context. And I'm going to go over this one by one and delete image. So extracting file name. We're deleting it from the storage. Remove. It should be, if there is an error, we should see an error, right? I think there is something wrong with the policies. We did add a policy in order to insert and select. We need to add another policy here in order to delete. So I'm going to click on full customization. Let me just go back. So here we are inside of the storage. Click on policies. And from policies, I'm going to go here, right here, inside of this buckets. I have this new policy. I'm going to click on that. And then I'm going to select this part for full customization. Very good. This is going to ask us for a policy name, allowed operation, target roles, policy definition. Let's fix this. So this is going to be allow delete. Very good. And then we click on this delete. Click on it. We select anon. Very good. And we delete this. We just return true. Very good, right? So now if I come down here, let's just review this, save this. And now if I come right here, I'm going to delete this. And we don't have anything here as well. Let's refresh this, get rid of everything. Now I'm going to upload an image. That's going to be cat. Upload file, this one, upload it. So we have the image uploaded. We know that the upload functionality works. Let's delete this. So UI has changed. That's very good. And now if I come to the storage, there we go. Let's reload it. We don't have anything inside of the storage, and we don't have anything inside of the database as well. I'm going to upload an image as well. Again, this is going to be dog. Let's just take a look at it inside of our storage first. So this is the dog. Let me reload it. You can see here we have this dog image, and then we have it inside of the DB as well. So now let's delete it again just to test it. If I come right here, reload this, you can see this is gone. And this is also gone from here. Very good. So next, what do we have? Let me just collapse this delete. The next thing that we want to do is going to be to add this authentication to our working app. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that not everyone can upload images and not everyone can delete images. And anyone who wants to access this project, they should create an account, and then people can only upload images to their own account and delete images only from their own account. And for this authentication, what we need to do is we need to create at least one component. And let's just first take a look at the JSX so we can really see what we need to do. So we have this page, and that's exactly what we want to do. We want to complete this. In this page, we have a title, we have 3 forms, 3 form inputs, and then we have this text that redirects user if they do not have an account. So if you click on that, you can see the form details. The form itself is the same, just the details, they change a little bit. So here we just pass in an email and a password to log in, but here the email and the password are going to be for signing up, for sign-up purposes. But we use the same component for both of the forms, but the text of those is going to be a little bit different, right? So now let me just log in. What was it was demo.arnocode@gmail.com. And then this is the password. There we go. And now I wanted to show you one more thing. So for that, I need to just log out again. Let me just select the email so I don't have to write it again. Log out. I'm going to write the email. I'm going to add the password. Once I click on login, for a very brief millisecond, you're going to see a loading state, and then we're going to show the content. So there was like a loading state on this page, and then we showed the content. And of course, there is a loading on this login as well. So let me just add this. So until we authenticate the user, it's going to take a few milliseconds, right? And this login text, this is going to change and it's going to show loading. So take a look at that. There we go. And then we had a very brief loading state here as well until we knew, okay, which page do we want to show, what kind of images there are. And just to fetch everything, we just needed a couple of milliseconds. And then we have everything here. So that's exactly what we want to do right here. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's implement that step by step. And the first step is to create a component that's going to hold the JSX for us. And I want to keep this very simple. So we have this auth, and this is going to be our component, right? And what do we want to do? First, let's come up with the JSX for this specific component. So I'm going to say export default function, and I could just call this auth. And let's go ahead and let's write the JSX. So what do I want to return from this? Let me create a div. And again, these divs, they are just for layouting purposes and for grouping purposes. So we group several HTML elements together. I'm going to create another one, and then I'm going to have an H2. This H2 is either going to be login or sign up. So this is going to say login. I could just remove the quotes for now, or this is going to say sign up. There we go. That's our H2. After the H2, we have a form element. And within the form, we have an input that has a type of, the first one has a type of email. For this one, let's add a placeholder. We're going to call that email as well. And let's make sure that this is required. So user actually passes something in there. And for now, that's going to be it. Let me create another one. This is going to be password. So the type of this is password. And for this one, we could just add placeholder as well. This is going to be required too. And after this, we're going to have the button that's going to submit the data, right? So the type of this button should be clearly defined. It has a type of submit, and the text of this button, well, that's different. If we are in the authentication phase, we want to show loading. If we are in the login, we want to show login, otherwise we want to show sign up. So it is going to have one of three states, two of which are right here. So let me just copy that. And then the other one is loading with 3 dots. There we go. That is our button. Now, what else do I want to do? I want to write that text where I give users the ability to, let me just get out of this form, the ability to switch from one page to the other page. All right. And that is going to be one paragraph. So for the paragraph, I'm going to say, don't have an account yet. Now, keep in mind, if we are in the sign-in page, this is what we want to show, don't have an account yet. But if we are in the sign-up page, we are going to show already have an account. So there is going to be 2 variations of this. I'm going to say already have an account. Already have an account is the text that we show in the sign-up page. So we redirect users to sign up. And next up, let's just add a button inside of this as well for clicking, right? So we're going to have a button. The button is either going to say login or sign up. So I can just copy it, put it right here, right? Very cool stuff so far. So our JSX is effectively done. I am going to start with the logic. And then after the logic is done, I'm just going to copy paste these styles. So what do we want to do? Now we want to keep track of an email input. We want to keep track of the password input. And we want to also keep track of the 2 pages, whether we are inside of the login page or whether we are inside of the sign up page. So that's 3 so far. And then we have that loading state as well. And that makes it 4. So we need 4 different state hooks that are going to help us implement this. So I'm going to go right there. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to import useState. And the first state that I want to talk about is going to be the email one. So what this gives us is going to be an email as the state variable, as well as a function to set the email. Very good. Why do we do this? Because we want to give email to React, so React can give it to Supabase. If I don't add a hook on this input, React is not going to know what was written inside of this input. So if React doesn't know it, Supabase doesn't know it, and if Supabase doesn't know it, how do you create an account? Next up, let's talk about password. So the second one is going to be password. And let me capitalize the P. After this, we need to keep track of which page it is that the user is on, whether that is the login page or not. So instead of this, I'm going to say is login. Just click here. So this is going to be is login. Very good. Then we capitalize the I. And okay, so for email, the state is going to start initially as an empty state. We don't want to write anything in there. The password is going to be empty, but for this login or logout, that is going to be some sort of a Boolean value. So do I show the login or not? Right? So initially, once you go to this app, you're going to see that there is this login page, right? I could show that to you as well. So I'm going to log out. I'm going to close this, right? And then let me just open up the server one more time. And you can see initially, once I open this page, I'm redirected to the login page. But if you don't have an account, you can go to the sign up page. So that's why I'm going to say for login, this is going to be set to true. But we still need one more state, and that's going to be loading. And the state setter function is going to be set loading. But initially, nothing is going to be loading, right? That's why it's going to be set to false. Cool. So now that we have 4 of our state variables and we know why we need these, we can move forward with this. So we can have just one function that is going to handle authentication for us. And we're going to use some native Supabase features and functions in order to help us with that. And I'm gonna make sure that I go slow and I go really in depth, and I teach everything and I explain everything so you can really understand what is happening here. So the name of this function is going to be handle auth. And for this one, we are going to provide an event object just to prevent the default behavior. And that's going to come from react.form event. So what do we want to do first here? Let's prevent the default behavior. Now, after that, the first thing that I want to show if user wants to log in is change the text that says login to loading. I showed that to you, right? So that text, the button is going to say, the button has three things that it can say. It has the, where's the button? Login, sign up, or loading. The first thing that I want after a user clicks on the authentication, I want the button to show is going to be loading. This is handle auth. What we mean by this is going to work, or this is going to be activated or invoked after user clicks on the button. That button could be the sign up page or the login page, right? After user clicks on that. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to set the loading to true. That's the first thing. And then let's see if the user is trying to log in. So I'm going to say if login is set to true, you can see that initially we are inside of the login page. If we are inside of the login page, we want the user to be able to sign in, right? User has already created an account. So where do we get the data for sign in? Well, we have this data along with the error. And where are these? We can destructure them from Supabase dot auth, and on the auth we have a method that is called sign in with password. And the sign in with password gives us an object. Inside of the object we have the email of the user. This is going to be from our use state, and then we have the password of the user as well. And if there is an error, we just want to throw that error, right? There we go. So at this point, we know that there is a user that wants to log in, and we can show that user inside of the console. So I'm going to say logged in. This is going to be data, and on the data, we have this user. Very good so far, right? So this is the if part of this if statement, this conditional logic that we have. What about the else? So if login is true, that means we are on the login page. User wants to log in. If login is not true, that means we are on the sign up page. So user wants to sign up. So what do we do on the sign up page? On the sign up page, the first thing that we want to do is select the email and the password from the user. And we could go with the same way that we did here. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to put it right here. But instead of having this sign in with password, since we want to log in, we're going to say sign up. That's the method. So once we sign up, we are going to grab the data. We're going to grab the email and the password. If there is an error, so let me go out there. If there is an error, we just throw that error so we can see what is actually going on. Otherwise, we're going to say, okay, someone has signed up. So let me just grab that, and I'm going to say signed up data.user. Let me save it so Prettier does its thing. And we need to show some sort of a, I would say, model for user to know what the user should do. So if user wants to sign up, we're going to send an email to the email of user so we know that the email address is correct, but we still need to tell the user somehow that you need to go ahead and check your email address for verification. And we can just throw the best UX JavaScript has. This is check your email for verification, just a very generic one, right? So after all of this is done, we can just get out of here and we can set the loading state to false. Let's just set it to false. Let's save this. Very cool so far, right? So what do we have here? We have created all of that, and The next step for us would be to implement these functions implement these state setter functions and add them to our buttons. Just hook the right HTML code or the right HTML elements with their correct functions. We need to hook all of these up. So I'm going to get started with our H2, which is going to be either login or sign up. So I'm going to select this, wrap it around with curly braces since I want to do something JavaScripty. And I'm going to say if is login is set to true, then I want to show login. Otherwise, I want to show sign up. There we go. So this part is done. Very good. Let's move forward. On the buttons, on the inputs, what do I want to do? I need to make sure that I have this e.target.value from these inputs. I need to make sure that I have them sent to React. So how do I do that? Why? Because e.target.value is what includes whatever user writes anything inside of these inputs. And again, we need to send that to React, whatever user writes inside of the input. So React knows it, and then React is going to pass that to Supabase to either sign up or sign in with password. Cool. So how do we do that? Well, we have this on change event listener on inputs. The reason we use this is because this is going to take a look at any change that happens inside of the input. So you write your name, for example, John J. This is going to trigger this event listener. O is going to trigger. So every individual key press is going to trigger this event. And therefore, every individual key press's value or letter is going to go to React and eventually to Supabase, right? So that's how we go about this. Cool. So we're going to grab the event object because the data inside of this input is actually included there. For the email, we're going to use the state setter function of the email. This value is available on e.target.value, whatever user writes, and I can just copy this thing and put it on the password. And instead of this set email, I could just say set password. And it is going to be the same thing. We are going to have this e.target.value. Now, one more thing that we need to add in here, once we send the value to React, we need to grab the value from React as well. So the value of this is going to be the state variable called email. The value of, let me just save this so everything is arranged better. The value for this one, for the password, is going to be within the password. So password, there we go. And what else do I need to do? We need to have a minimum of 6 characters for the password. That's a requirement for Supabase. So I could just say min length. I could just use an attribute and I can just pass in 6. So that's going to be the minimum length. Let's move forward to our button. I'm going to implement these styles in just a moment. So what do we want to do? Now, this button is going to submit our form data. If the button is loading, we want to disable that. It's going to happen very quickly, but the button is going to be disabled. So the disabled state of the button is going to dependent on the loading. If the form is loading, the button is disabled, right? Now you need to keep in mind, we have 2 different kinds of loading. One loading happens inside of the form as the form button, and the other loading happens inside of our login page. Once you log in inside of the main gallery page, that's very quick. It's just maybe like less than 1 millisecond. So we have two different loadings. But for now, we just talk about the button that's going to change its text from login or sign up to loading. Cool. So we have this loading. And for this one, we don't do anything because the submit is going to be handled using the form itself on the form as an attribute. Because the type of this button is submit, we're going to remove and add the event listener to the form itself. But for now, we need to programmatically write all of this text. So I'm going to say, let me first add the curly braces. I'm going to say, if it is loading, then I want to show the loading text. So let me just cut it from there, add it there. There we go. Otherwise, I want to check if it is login or sign up. So otherwise, I'm going to check if it is login, then I want to show login. And if it is not login, that means it's sign up. And there we go. So we have if it is loading, otherwise we check if it is login. So this is like chaining ternary operators. We have two ternary operators here. And let's move forward with this. What do we have next? We have this button or this paragraph that says you can either log in or sign up. It's going to redirect you to these pages. So on this paragraph, I am going to, well, we need to first conditionally show one of these texts. How do we show that? Well, we can say, let me just write it here. If it is the login page, which text do we show? We show this one. We show, if it is login, we need to provide the ability for users to be redirected to a page that says sign up. So we show this. Let me just add it there. There we go. Don't have an account yet, but if user already has an account, that means user is on the sign up page and user wants to be redirected to the login page. There we go. So this is this, and let's go to the button which that is going to have on click, and this is going to basically help users to navigate from the login page or the sign up page, right? And for this one, we're gonna have, there we go, our function, and we're gonna use the set is login, and this is going to be the reverse of that. There we go. So is login. I feel like I just imported something. Used it? No, I did not. Okay. So what did I do? Why did I do this? Now this is going to change the page. If user is on the login page and clicks this button, user is going to go to the sign up page. If user is on the sign up, clicks this button, it's going to go to, user is going to go to a login. So every time this is going to be different. And we need to show this conditionally as well. So, but this is going to be the reverse of what we've done. If is login is set to true, then we're going to say sign up. So we show different texts on different pages. Otherwise, we're going to grab the login and let's just add it. There we go. So far, everything is cool. I'm going to pause the video and implement all of the styles, and I'm going to come back. But before doing that, we need to have this form, have an on submit, and this is going to call the handle auth. There is still a lot of things remaining for us in order to be able to actually use what we have written here, but let's just go step by step and implement the styles, and I'm going to do all of the others as well. And this is it for all the styles. I believe we're done for now inside of this page. What I want to do next is just close these. We just have a lot of pages open, and we did the auth. We need to make sure that we change our app because we don't want to show the images directly. Whenever we go to this, whenever we open up our page, we need to make sure if the user is logged in, okay, then we want to show. If user is not logged in, and if there is not even one user, then we need to show the auth component that we just created. So for that reason, we need to change all of this. So I'm going to grab this part, and for now, I could just comment that part out. Or, you know what, I could just keep it there and get started from the top of there. All right. So inside of here, I'm going to need to have a couple of state hooks. And the reason for that is because we need to make sure that we know whether user is logged in or not, and whether we want to show the loading, right? That loading that you can see inside of the gallery. So the first use state is going to be responsible. Let me just click here. The first use state is going to be responsible for our user. So what it will give us is going to be user and set user. Let me initialize this. And this is going to be use state. I just imported that as well. But initially, we're going to set this to null because we want to check with Supabase if this user already exists. And I need another one of these. Oh, this should be lowercase. This should be uppercase. And this user should be lowercase. Okay, so I need another one of this in order to understand if I need to show the loading or not. So this is going to be loading. And let me just capitalize the L. And initially, until we are sure that there is a user, there are images, we're going to set this to true. But this is just going to happen for a very brief moment. Now, I want to talk to Supabase. So for this reason, I'm going to use our use effect hook in order to handle the side effect of this component. And I want use effect to basically do everything that I want to do here. And we are going to go step by step. So what is it that I want to do as the first step? The first step is going to be, we're going to check for an existing session. So check for existing session. And what do I mean by this? Well, we need to make sure that to check if user has already logged in from the previous visit. So maybe this is not the first time user has visited this website. So let's go ahead and let's implement that. We can get this from Supabase, supabase.auth, and on the auth, we have a very interesting method that is called get session. Let me call that, and we're going to say that this is going to return a promise. Therefore, we're going to use the .then method to resolve this promise. And what this promise gives us is very interesting. This is going to give us data, and on the data, we have this session object. Cool, right? So this is going to be our Supabase get session. And what do I want this function to implement for me? Well, I want to set the user, set user. And how do I know which user it is? Well, we're going to take a look at our session. And after that, we're going to show the user. And if we don't have any user, we're going to show null. And this is where we are going to set our loading to false. Set loading false. I think I've done a typo. So let me just grab this entire thing along with this, cut it, and we want to put it inside of this dot there, right? There we go, so much better. If I hover on this, type user is not assignable to parameter, type user, no. So I could just add this. And session, it's type user, null is not assignable to parameter, set action, null. Type user is not assignable to this. Suppose not much for signature, previous state. What I can do is type annotate this use state. So I could say this is either going to have a type of user that I just imported from Supabase. Well, that's something that I don't know what the type of user is. So I imported that from Supabase. Otherwise, this is going to be null. There we go. The error is gone. Just remove this. Yeah, it could be undefined, possibly null. Yeah, let's just add this. Now, the next step that I want to implement, and that is going to be still within our use effect. Let me just write that. Step 2. This is going to be, we need to check for authentication state changes. So that means whether we want to log in, we want to log out, we want to sign up. And for that, we have a specific method from Supabase as well. So let's see how we can do that. Let me just write something here. So we want to listen for auth state changes. Very good. And we have this. We have already talked about data so many times, right? Data. And on the data, we have something that's called subscription. Subscription. And this is given to us by Supabase, supabase.auth.onAuth state change. And from this, what we get is we can say, give me the event as well as the session, right? So these are some APIs that Supabase actually gives us, and I'm just trying to explain them in the context of our current application. Now, what we want to do is we want to sync state with auth changes, right? So we want to trigger re-render whenever a new auth status is received by our application. So if user wants to log in, that is a different state. If user wants to log out, that's a different state. And we cannot basically hard code this. It is dependent on what we get as the authentication change. As the state changes, I don't know which state I'm going to get, but I need to make sure that I need to set my user for that. So I'm going to grab the user and I'm going to pass in this session.user. Otherwise, we're going to pass in null. And let me add this here as well. And there we go. So we have our data. And the next thing and the final thing that I want to do here is I want to add a cleanup here as well. And this is going to be called whenever we unmount from the component. And this is going to prevent our memory leaks as well, right? With use effect. So I'm going to say return. And that could be subscription. Oh, come on, buddy. Subscription dot unsubscribe. There we go. And that's going to be it. So how many times do we want this use effect to run? We want this use effect to run only when component mounts. So for that, the dependency array is going to be empty. And as a next step, let's go ahead and implement some sort of a JSX if the loading state is set to true. So right after our use effect, but before the return statement, we're going to say if it is the loading state, then what do we want to show? Well, I'm going to show a paragraph in the middle of the screen, and that's going to say loading triple dots. And let me just cut this, put it inside of a paragraph, save this, and very quickly I'm going to implement these styles for this one. So let's just add that. And here is the other styles. Very good. So this is loading, but we need to make sure if we have a user as well. So if we do not have a user, then what do? Well, we return the auth component that we created, right? So if we don't have any user, we should not show the gallery page. Rather, we should show the authentication component that we just created. So let's save this. And finally, let's pass in, where is our routes? So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to just grab everything from here, cut it, and right before the return, I'm going to add our routes here. And there we go. So what do I want to do? Where is the method for this? Cut the method, put it right after the routes. There we go. So to this layout, we need to pass in an object that's going to be user. So the layout is also going to change depending on whether or not the user is even logged in. So very good. So far, we just have one problem, and that is this layout component cannot handle the user. So we need to make sure that we fix that. So that's where we're going to jump in next. Where is our layout? There we go. So what do I do here? I need to make sure that I have user here. And user is going to go to our navigation. So I'm going to say user. Let's pass in user. We need to have some types for this one as well. So for this one, I'm going to have user, and the type of this is going to be layout, layout props, right? Now let's add the types here. This is going to be layout props. And then we have a user with a type of user that we just imported from Supabase. Now you could argue that we could just cut this and put it inside of the centralized types. I could do that. Where are my types? Oh yeah, right here. And I'm going to add it to the end. And let's just import that here as well. This is going to be exported. Very good. So now I'm going to get rid of this import and just re-add the last character, and there we go. And now that that's done, we need to make sure our navigation can handle this user. So let's go to our navigation. Let me save this. Let's go to the navigation. Let's close the types. Yeah. So what do we want to do within the navigation? Well, within the navigation, some stuff are going to change. So let me just add demo.code.com. Not .com, it's at gmail.com. At gmail.com. And then we have our password. You can see the login. Oh, this is sign up. Sorry. I need to do it here. Demo.arnacode@gmail.com. Login to the Arna code. And there we go. So you saw the loading, right? Now inside of the navigation, this is what we have. Well, I implemented the navigation, what was that? The authentication. And that's why we don't see, I was about to show you something, but we don't see it because we have implemented that, and there we go. We have nothing. We need to log in order to access our image uploader. Now I see that there is no space there, so let's just add a space. Where is our component? So I could just add a space there. Very good. Sign up. Cool. So inside of this, we need to add a place in order to show the email, and we need to add this logout button as well. That's all of this. It happens inside of the navigation. That's why we're now inside of our navigation. So let's first implement the changes. Let me see where I'm going to put that so I don't mess up the layout. So here I have this UL that has login and profile. We no longer need this UL, so I'm going to get rid of this. And I have the form that has this input. This is the search form. And so this is the search form. Where should I add this? Well, let me just take a look at it here. So we have the search form. Let me just retrace my steps. I have the navigation. I have the main content. So I'm looking at the navigation. I have the title. I have this div. So all of this is within this div. I have the form. All right. So the other parts that I need to add, they go inside of one div, right? And inside of this div, I have one div that is the email, and the other one that is the button. The button is the log out button. Very cool. Now I know where I need to put that. It comes right after this form. So here I'm going to create a div, and within this div, let's create another one just for styling purposes. Within this div, we're going to have a user icon. And just import that. I could say the size of this is 16, right? And let me close this. What else do I need to have? I need to have a span element because I want this to be in line with the icon. So this span element, this is going to have user.email. Now we have not passed user to this component. That's why there is this error. So let's go ahead and let's make sure that this component can actually handle user. There we go. We have user, and the type of this, it could come from our layout props, right? So we have this layout props that I just imported. There we go. This should be lowercase u. All right. So what else do I need to do? I need to have some sort of a button. So I'm going to get out of there. This button is going to be the logout button. This is going to have a logout icon, size of which I can add it as 16. And let's close this component. And what is it going to say? It's going to say log out. Very good. So far, okay. Now, I need to handle logout inside of this component as well. So for that reason, I'm going to go to the top. Logout is going to be very simple for us to handle. So I'm going to say async. Now, these are all async because we talk to Supabase. That's an external API, right? So for this one, I'm going to say async function handle logout. And it's not going to accept anything. It's just going to log the user out. Now, if there is an error, we need to catch that error as well. All right. So for that reason, I'm going to say const error. I'm going to destructure error from await Supabase. Whoops. Supabase dot auth. And on the auth, we have another method that is called sign out. There we go. We've used a few methods of this auth so far, right? Now, if we have an error, we're going to log this error, log to the console, and we're going to say error logging out. And we're going to show the error. Very cool. And yep, handle logout is done. Where do we put this handle logout? This is going to go on the button that logs the user out. So on this button, I'm going to add on click. And this on click, well, I don't need to call this button. I can just add a reference to the name of this function because this function doesn't have any kind of arguments. So I can just pass in a reference. And when I click on this button, that reference is going to be invoked using this event listener. And we could just add a title here as well. That's going to be for logout. This is going to be for our tooltip. Very cool. Now I need to pause the video and implement these styles, and then I'm going to come back. And the final step on this journey of adding the authentication is going to be updating our gallery context in order to show only images or fetch images dependent on the user and upload images only when a user is logged in, right? So we need to show images depending on which account it is. Now, let's go ahead and let's first go to our fetch images. So here, this is very simple. We have this from database. We select everything, but before ordering that, we need to make sure that we have this user ID, right? This user. So we're going to use the equal method, and on the equal method, we can add this user underscore ID, which we're yet to define. And this is going to come to us from user.id. All right, so where is this user.id? Let me go above there. There we go. So we have the data, which we have already talked about. And on the data, we have our user, right? And this is going to come to us from supabase.auth. So the authentication, we have used a few methods so far. It has another method that's called getUser. There we go. And this is going to give us the user, which depending on which or depending on whom we are going to get the images or fetch the images. That's going to be the only change that I want to do here. The next change is going to be inside of our upload image. And we need to implement some changes here as well. And that is, if there is no user logged in, we want to return. We don't want to allow user to actually be able to upload something to our storage or something to our database. So before uploading something to our storage or database, we need to basically make sure if we have the user. And for this one, I could just use the same line. So let me just copy that, put it right here. So now that we have this user, we're going to say if user does not exist, come on, buddy. There we go. If user does not exist, we're going to return an error, and that's going to be no user logged in. And then we need to make sure that we return as well, so nothing happens. Right, so this part is done. And finally, let's add our user ID to our database as well, right? We don't have that inside of the database so far. So if I just come right here, you can see we have this. Well, I can't upload anything, but if I were to upload it, I wouldn't have anything under this user ID, right? So where should I add that? There we go. So here, where we insert something to our database, right after the insertion is done, we're going to add basically here. So we have the title, the image URL, and then we're going to add the user ID. So it's going to be user underscore ID. This is going to come to us from user.id. There we go. I believe we should be done in here. Yep. Now we need to change the policies inside of the Firebase as well, because we changed them to allow everyone to sign up and allow everyone to log in, basically upload image. So we need to basically retrace our steps back. The first one is I'm going to come to my table and I'm going to click on this button. It says RLS disabled. We want to make sure that this is enabled. There we go. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add some policies as well, because I need to make sure that I can view my own images. So I just clicked on add RLS policy, and from there I'm going to click on create policy. So let's create this. And what do we want to do here? Well, there is just a lot of stuff here. We have some information on any of these queries that you can do with SQL. You don't have to worry about any of these. You need to add your policy name. The policy name is going to be, you know what, let me just copy paste it from here. Users can view their own images, and then we are going to select the select, which is already selected. And for the target role, we're just going to select authenticated because we want the user to be authenticated, right? And now we need to write some sort of a SQL here, and that is going to be auth.uid, and this is going to come from our user underscore ID. That's it. That's the only thing you need to add in here. So let me just emphasize this. So this is the only thing that you need to add inside of this using, right? And now you're going to save this policy. We're going to add a couple of more policies as well. This is a user who can view their own images, the images that they have uploaded. The second one is that users should be able to upload some image, right? So for this one, this is going to be the policy name. Users can insert own images, and we are going to select the insert from here, authenticated. There we go. And finally, in here, we're going to basically write the same thing that we wrote in the other SQL. Cool. Let's save this policy as well. That's two. So we have one that is for insert, another one that is for select, and then we need to have another one and one last one for deleting own images, right? So this is going to be users can delete own images, and we're going to click on delete, select authenticated. Very good. And finally, let me just add this statement as well, save policy. So we are done. This is everything that I wanted to add inside of the tables, right? So we are done for these policies. Now what we can do is we can just go to the table. So everything is okay. Let's go to the storage. We need to add some policies for the storage as well. And this is very simple. We have already done that. So I'm just going to click on this one, click on policies. And here you can see we have anonymous. So we need to click on these three dots, edit policy. And from anonymous, we're going to change this to authenticated. There we go. So we just change that to authenticated. And that's it. You don't have to change anything else. Just review this and save policy. We do this for the remainder of the policies as well. So we did this for the delete. Let's implement it for the, which one is this? This is the public upload, right? Authenticated, and then just save policy. Cool. And one last one is the select one. I'm going to get rid of the anonymous. Now only authenticated users can upload images. Review this and save policy. And we should be good to go. Very good, right? So here we are. Inside, we still have the footer that we have not implemented. I still have not implemented the, what is the other one? The searching functionality. So once you have this, like if you do P, you're gonna have that searching functionality. We're gonna implement those at the end, but for now I just want to talk about this. So if I go to sign up, I don't have any cursor pointer on this button. I should have had that. So I hate it when a button, I really hate that, when a button doesn't have that cursor pointer on it. So right here, right? Cursor pointer. Save this. And now there we go. So it should clearly say that this button is clickable. There we go. So if I click on login, login is going to be set to true. We're going to go to the login page. This comes from our JSX inside of the auth component. If I do sign up, then we go to sign up. But the difference between these two texts, this text and this text, this comes from our basically our app component itself. So if we are inside of the sign up page, you can see right here, we are inside of the sign up page. We show the login page. We show the opposite of that. But if we go to the login page, take a look at this. So we are inside of the login page, but we show the opposite of that, which is sign up. Cool. So let's go to sign up. Let's sign up with our demo.arnaco.com. And then this is going to be the password. Let's hit enter. Whoops. At gmail.com. At gmail.com. You can see the loading. There we go. Now it says check your email for verification. So I am going to open up my Gmail in another page. I have a few Gmails logged in, so I need to just make sure I can show you the appropriate one. So here we go. That's my Gmail, right? And you can see I just received this auth and it says confirm your email. And as soon as I click on this, I'm going to go to the signed up page. There we go. So I signed up with this demo at arnaco.com, at gmail.com. And now you are redirected to that page. Cool. I'm going to close this and there we go. So now we should be able to upload an image, cat. First, before uploading this, let's go to, we don't have anything here. Let's go to the authentication part. And there we go. We should have our authentication. There we go. We have demo.arnaco.gmail.com. So it works properly. I'm going to add this cat, upload this. Very good. Take a look at the console, successfully uploaded. And now let's go to the bucket, reload the bucket. There we go. We have uploaded the image. And if I go to the table, there we go. We have uploaded the image and this image has a user ID. This OBAAE1. There we go, OBAAE1. Now, if there was another user, I could just create another user just to show it to you. This is another email of mine at Gmail. Now, it has to be a correct email because it's going to send you an email, right? Check your email for verification. And you know what? I'm just going to open this in another tab. So give me Gmail. Just wait a few seconds. Did I write that correctly? I haven't received anything. Where is that? Oh, this is, it is missing a dot. So let me send that again. There we go. I did. Oh, now I got the email and I'm just going to copy this link address. Right here is my email. Sorry for the whiteness, for the this light theme of this. So here I have this email. If I just click on this, there we go. I've logged in with this email. Very cool, right? So now I have both of these windows open. And if I were to upload an image, which one? This one, Meerkat or something like that. I hope I'm not misspelling the name. So let's just upload this. There we go. The image is uploaded. And now if I go to my Supabase, and now let's refresh this, you can see we have this incorrect email, which I can just delete the user. You can see how you can delete that as well. But then I have this hilalimuslim@gmail.com. There we go. And now if I go to my storage, reload this, I have two images, but these two belong to two different users. Let's go to our table. There we go. You can see. Now, if you take a look at the user ID, they're clearly different. So this page, there we go. This page has also changed, so I no longer need this one. Let's reload the page. There we go. We got our image, so I could log out. I could log in with demo.arnacode@gmail.com. And then this is going to be the login. There we go. I have a cat here, but for that I have a meerkat. And where is that loading page that we implemented inside of the app component? The loading page inside of this login, you can already see that if I just click on this. So demo.arnacode. There we go. So there we go. Now, if I just click on it, take a look at this. Oh, it doesn't have cursor pointer too. See, loading. And if I refresh the page, we have that issue that it flashes that. We are going to fix that issue, but it should flash that loading instead of this sign up page. So if I just keep clicking, you can see we see our login page, but we should see our loading state, not this login page. So first off, cursor pointer, this one. And then let me fix the login, logout issue. We shouldn't have that. So let me go to our authentication. I need to check something first because once I created the app, I actually had that issue. So if I write something in here, if I go to the sign up page, yes, it remains. So what we need to do is whenever we toggle from one page to the other, we need to clear these forms as well. So I write something here, I go to the sign up, you can see these remain because that's the same component, right? So for that, let me just first fix that one. Handle toggle. I'm going to create this function, and what this does is this is going to get rid of our login. There we go, is login, and this is also going to set the email to its initial state, which is empty, as well as the password initial state, which is empty. So where do I put this handle toggle? Let's put it on this button, right? So for this one, I'm going to say on click. This is the button that clicks, right? So on this one, I'm going to say, I believe not this one. Oh, just take a look at, so I should put it on this one, right? Because it goes from one page to the other. Yeah, and we have already handled this set is login there as well. So for this one, I'm just going to say handle toggle. Let's save this. Let's reload the page. So now if I write something here, and if I go to the sign up page, you can see that thing is gone, whatever I've written there. Now let me log in. Code. It was demo.arnacode@gmail.com, and then this is the password. There we go. Let's log in. We can see our image and the loading, and I still see this problem. And if I come right here, now if I log in here, let's log in. You can see that loading that we have there. So that issue could be from our app component. Let me jump to our app component and take a look at that. I need to fix that issue before we can move forward. So let's go to the top. We have the user, we have the set user. I feel like these states, they're working properly. We have our authentication. So there shouldn't be anything wrong inside of this use effect. And the states work perfectly fine because we are able to log in. The only thing is the problem is that we are not actually showing any kind of JSX for this loading. So if I say if loading is true, I want to show this, but now I know what the problem is. We need to return this because this is actually JSX that we want to show, right? So I'm going to say return. If I just get rid of that, now it's just going to let me add the other one here. Save this. Now if I come right here, reload this. Oh, this is our completed app. I was happy. There we go. You can see our loading. So basically, we didn't have the JSX in order to show that here. And there we go. You have that loading. Perfect, right? And once the image is loaded, then the loading is gone. There we go. Very cool. So what else is missing? We fixed an issue as well. That was from login to sign up page. The next thing for us to implement would be demo.code.at, or I could just come right here and show it to you. And if I do an L, we are going to see all the images whose name contains the L letter. Let me log in with this. I did not actually take a look at the name of the images at gmail.com. This is the password. Oh, there we go. It's cat. Very good. So we need to make sure that once I type C, I should be able to filter the images based on what I write. Just close this. And then we need to just add a footer as well. So you can see I have this footer, and then I have the same footer here as well, right? And these two things, after that, our application is done. And implementing the searching functionality should be very easy for us too. Let's go ahead and let me just close these pages. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to get started with the types. Types are going to give us a very good clue of what it is that we are actually trying to do. So I'm going to add some one more property or one more member, and I'm going to call that search query. So for that, I'm going to come to my state, and in here, I'm going to say search query, and the type of this is going to be string. That's very simple. Now I need to add this to my reducers as well, because this at the end of the day is going to be an action that's going to come to our reducers, right? And I'm going to call this set underscore search underscore query. And what is going to be the payload type? That's going to be string. Very good. And finally, since this is a reducer, we're going to implement this functionality inside of our context. We need to update our context with this one as well. All right. So for this one, we're going to have, you could call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it filtered items. And the type of that is going to be gallery item, but an array of that, because you might have one match for your searching criteria, or you might have more than that. So that's going to be it for our types. And now let's move on to the gallery reducers. I need to add a new reducer here that is going to calculate this next state for us. So let me just collapse this one. So I'm going to go right beneath that. And the case for this one is going to be, as soon as I just open up quotes, you're going to see that search query. And what do we want to return? Well, we don't want to change the previous state or all the items that are there. We don't want to do that. So I'm just going to spread the previous state. But what I want to do is I want to take a look at what I've received inside of the action that has the payload. And that's going to be basically my search query. So I'm going to grab the action.payload. Now the action.payload determines what the user has written inside of the input, right? And then depending on what the user has written, we want to filter out items and update our UI with that. So we have determined what the user has written, but the actual functionality that we need to write in order to update our UI comes inside of this context. So for this, I'm going to collapse our already created functions. And the first thing to do is we need to update our initial state because our initial state is missing this search query. So right after the inputs, I'm going to add search query. And what is this initially? This is empty. User is not searching for anything. So how do we go about this? Well, there are so many different ways of going about this, but the way that I'm going to go with this is going to be using a use memo hook just for optimization. And another reason would be that it is so straightforward. So at the end of the day, what I want this context to return or to provide as the hook would be a method that I can call on my input, search input, and that method is going to filter out the number of items for me. So that's something that I want the context hook to provide for me, right? So let's go ahead and let's code that. I'm going to call that filtered items, and I'm going to use memo. There we go. And what this use memo is going to do for us is going to be very, very interesting. The first thing that I want to do is I want to check if we have a search query. If we don't have a search query, we do not want to filter out the number of or the items that we have inside of the gallery page. So we want to show all of the images because user has not written anything. User doesn't want to filter out the images. So for that reason, we're going to say if state.set search query is empty or this is false, that means we don't have any search query. We basically do not change the state and we return it as it is. Right? That's very cool so far. Let me import use memo. Did I do that? And I think I did that. Yeah, we have that. So let's move forward. Now, what if I have something inside of the search query? What if the user has done something? In that scenario, I want to update the state with the filtered items. Since state is an array of objects, I can use the filter method on it. So I'm going to say return state.items, and we can use the filter method, right? So the filter method is going to accept one item and it is going to do some operations on this item. Now, what do we want to do in here? That's actually very simple. The first thing that I want to do is I want to convert the title to lowercase, and then I'm going to convert my search query to lowercase as well. So that would cover all of the uppercase, lowercase, all of these edge cases for me. So if user types cat with a C uppercase, that C uppercase C should contain all the lowercase c's, all the uppercase c's as well. So for that reason, we can just convert all of them to lowercase. You could convert all of them to uppercase, but I'm going to go with lowercase. So I'm going to say to lowercase. There we go. And we are going to take a look at this if this title includes any of the letters that we have received inside of our search query. So for that, I'm going to use includes. And what are the letters or the word or the letter that we have received inside of our search query? That is available on the state, right? So I'm going to say state.search query, but then again, I need to convert it to lowercase. There we go. And then what if we have that? Then this filter method is going to return a new array for us, and that's it. Well, I need to do one more thing, and that is if there is any white space at the start of the letter or the word that the user is searching for, or if there is a white space at the end, I need to trim that so I get an exact match for it. And that's it. The only thing else that we need to do is we need to make sure that the dependency for this use memo, the way we want it to run or recalculate, that has to be determined as well. And then I'm going to come back to this array and filtering and explain it one more time. So here we need to have our dependencies. So this is going to depend on the number of items as well as the search query. There we go. So what about this filter? So this filter is going to create a new array for us, and that array is going to be populated with all the items. So what are the items? The items are the images that we show on the web page. So if we write a search query, then lowercase it, let's say search query is uppercase C, we lowercase it, we remove the white space from the beginning and the end of it. If that's included inside of the title, which is already lowercased, and the title is available on this item, right? For any individual image, we do all of this. Then we add it to this newly created array, which is this items, right? So we filter items, we grab a newly created array from the items, and that basically means, let's say items has 100 different images, and our searching criteria gives us 50 images, right? Like 50 images have the letter A inside of them, inside of their name. So this filter is going to return only 50 images from this items, and it is going to return that. That means the UI is going to be updated with only 50 images. All right. So this is how this works. And the only thing else that I need to do is just provide this filtered items. And now the only thing remaining for us is to use this filtered items inside of our components. So the first place that I'm going to use this is going to be our navigation. So let's take a look at the navigation, and inside of this navigation we have this input that is going to require this functionality. So for this one, since we want to show images based on any letter that we type inside of the input, that's actually an on change, not on click. So we type C, then we need to filter out all the images that whose names contain the letter C. So we don't wait until we submit, we change the UI as we type. And that is going to be an on change event listener for us. And what do we want this on change to do? We're going to say this is going to reference a function that's going to be called handle search query, or I could just call it handle search. Yeah. And I'm going to go up to, where should I go? So this is handle logout. We've already implemented that here, and I could go beneath that in order to implement this. So this function is going to be handle search. What is this function going to require? Now, this function needs to have access to the value that was written inside of this input, and that is available on the event object. And the type of this is going to be react.change event. And let me pass in HTML input element. Very good. So what do we want to do here? Well, we have this dispatch on the use reducer, right? So dispatch and dispatch. And what was the type of this reducer? We have already created that. The type of that is equal to search. No, it was set search query. Yep. And what did we use as the payload? The payload was the type of payload was text, but here the payload is actually what the user has written inside of that field. So the payload is e.target.value. Okay. Now we don't have access to this dispatch, so we need to go ahead and go to the top, and we need to have access to this dispatch as well. And this dispatch is available on, let's grab the state since we're going to use that as well. And then we have dispatch. This is available on the use gallery hook that we have created ourselves, right? So far everything is working fine. But then once we pass this on change to React, we need to grab the value and show it here again. The updated value that comes from our hook. And that's available on state.searchQuery. So very good, right? Now, what else do I want to do? I need to update the gallery page as well with some changes. And in order for me to show you what we want to do inside of the gallery page, let's go ahead and let's take a look at the searching functionality. Let's take a closer look at that. So I have this Arno code at gmail.com. And this is the password. Let's log in and there we go. So we have 5 images here. If I type in A, I see all the images that have whose names contain this letter that I typed here. And this change happens whenever I type something. Now, that's one thing. The change happens when I type something. We have already coded that inside of the navigation, right? But we have not hooked this with the gallery page. Now, navigation itself is a different component. The gallery page and the content, all of this, that's a different component. So they should have a clear line of communication. So that's thing number 1. Thing number 2 is that we have this text, 2 of 5 images found. So we have the images that we found, and then we have a total number of images. So we update this text as well. Now, if I were to clear this, you can see then again, we have 5 images uploaded. So we need to have 2 different texts in the same place. And the count is going to be different as well. Now, what if you search for a picture that doesn't exist? For example, if I say AC, that doesn't exist. Then we see this kind of a message. It says, no images found matching AC, clear search. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on this, and that's going to clear out the search for you. So we need to implement all of this inside of our gallery page, and then the searching functionality will be done. And don't worry, even though it looks like a lot, it's actually very simple. So the first thing we need to do is open up our gallery, not context. We need to open up, again, gallery page. There we go. We put it on the side. And for this gallery page, the first thing I want to do is comment out our count, because this use state is just, it's just too primitive. We don't want to do this. And instead of this, we're going to use, we could use a use memo to do this. And we no longer need this use effect as well. So I could just move it up since they are the commented out code. The first thing I want to do here is I want to import this filtered items, and the updating of the title, like the number of images uploaded and 2 images or some images of some images have been found. I want to implement all of that using use memo. So we have created already a variable that's called count that is responsible for the count that we need to show. And instead of use effect, we're going to use a use memo right here. So what do we want to do here? Well, the first thing is that we need to say how many items do we have. So I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call it item count. And this is going to come to us from the state.searchQuery. Now, if we have a search query, then we're going to filter items, right? We're going to call filter items, and this is going to give us a length, right? Now, since what we return from the filtered items is an array, we can just call in the length. Now, what if we don't have anything as the search query? If search query is empty, we just return all the items. So items.length, length. This is it. So this is going to be our item count. Now, we need to have our total count as well. So const total count. Now, this is used for saying like 2 of 5 images found. So we need to have what the total number of images in or items inside of our database. And this total number of items inside of the database is irrelevant of the search criteria, because the search criteria is that 2 part. We said 2 of 5, and 5 is the total number of images. So it doesn't matter how many images we found, we need to know of how many images, of how many total images we selected these many images, right? I hope this makes sense. So if I were to say A, of a total number of 5 images, which is the total count, we found 2. So irrespective of how many we find, we need to have the total count as well. And that is available on the items.length. There we go. So that's going to be our total count. Now, let's see how many images we find. We need to basically draft that sentence. 2 of 5 images found. We need to write it generally so it applies on all different criteria or conditions and situations. So we say state if, of course, that only happens if we have something inside of the search query. So if we have something inside of the search query, we're going to return a simple string. We're going to say the number of items that we have found, item count, that's going to be like 2. In this current example on the web page, we just have 2. So that's going to be our item count. So 2, and what do we have after it? We have, I could just copy this entire thing, right? Just copy that and put it right here. So 2 is item count, so I need to get rid of it. And then I need to provide a space. Then we have 5. What is 5? 5 is the total count. So total count. There we go. So we have 2 of 5, and then we have images. Now, if you have 1 of 5, then, for example, we need to just consider this S as well. If the count is not equal to 1, then we want to provide S in that way. So for this one, I'm going to use another template literal. I'm going to say if item count is not equal to 1, then I want to provide an S. Otherwise, I don't want to provide anything. So it's going to be an empty string. And then finally, we're going to say found. That's it. So it was basically drafting that string that we show on the web page. There we go. And finally, what do we want to return if user doesn't search for anything? Well, we need to return total number of images uploaded, right? So if I just remove the searching, we have this. We need to show that as well. Remember, we got rid of the use effect for that. So finally, that's going to be something that we return. Let me just pass it. So it is 5. What is 5? 5 is total count. And then images. And then again, the S is going to be the same thing. So for this one, I could just copy all of that, put it right here. But instead of item count, I can just write total count and finally upload it. Let's save this. There we go. So we have total count images uploaded. Very good. Now the dependency array for this one, that's going to be different. The first thing that we need to take a look at is if the length of the items changes, then this use memo should run. It should update like 5 images uploaded and then 6 images uploaded. That's the length of the items. If the filtered items length changes, this use memo should run. And if the search query changes, then this use memo should run. And that's basically it. So this use memo now handles both the counting part as well as the searching and like updating the text however many times we want to update it. That's going to be handled by this. But now you need to make sure that we actually show this message as well, like this. We need to write this. This needs JSX. So we need to go ahead and implement that. And how do you write that JSX? Well, first off, let's find a space for it. So I could say right after the images, you can see it's here. It says, since we couldn't find an image, it says 0 of 5 images found. So I could just write it beneath the count from a layout perspective. So right here. And for this one, we just want to show this text if we have a search query and the items that we were trying to find, the length of that was 0. Otherwise, we don't want to show this. So if I just get rid of this, you can see we don't have that text. This is only happening if we have a search query and we couldn't find any images, aka filtered images length is 0. So let's do that programmatically. For this one, we're going to say if we have a search query which is available on state.searchQuery and the filtered items length is equal to 0, then we want to show the following JSX. And what is that? We can just write a div with a paragraph inside of it, and we're going to say no images found matching. Now, what was the searching criteria? We need to write that here as well. That is available on the state.searchQuery, and I'm going to surround it by quotes as well, right? And the quotes are just simple HTML text or content that we show. So we have one there and then we have one there. Very good. And finally, we need to have this clear search functionality implemented here as well. And for clearing the search, we can just dispatch an action to our user reducer, but instead of writing anything inside of our dispatch, we can just say an empty string. And that is going to be the payload, and the search query is going to be reset. So after the paragraph, I'm going to add a button. And this button is going to say clear search. Very good. On click. Of course, this is going to be an on click. And once we click, then we dispatch an action. This action, dispatch. Let me just write it, get rid of that. This is going to have a type. The type of this is going to be set search query, but the interesting part happens in the payload where that's an empty string. Very good. We need to upload, basically I need to copy paste the styles for this one. Let me just do it right now, very quickly. And then this one. And finally, we have these styles for the button. Save that. We should be good to go. What else do I need? Okay, so what if we have some images? We want to filter the. If we have something inside of our search query, and we find matches. The gallery page should show only the matched images. So we don't want to show all of the images. Instead of this, we want to show the filtered items, right? So we have, and we have already implemented, if we don't have anything inside of the filtered items, we show all of the images. We already did that inside of the context. Now I seem to have a few errors here. Where are they? Okay, so I don't have this use state anymore. I don't have this use effect anymore. And there we go. Very cool. Collapse this. Go to the website. So this is where we're actually working. We just have one image. Let me try to upload another image as well. Llama. Upload this. And then we are going to upload another one. Let me select, Raven. Upload this. I'm gonna upload Lion. Upload it. What else do we want to upload? Let me upload a couple more. So you need to bear with me. We're gonna have this dog. And what else? One last one. Which one? So we could grab penguin. Very good. Upload it. So we have uploaded 6 images, right? And now let's test the functionality. Before even testing that, we can clearly see our results. We can see that it says 6 images uploaded. Okay, this is that use memo that we used. So if I do an A, we have 3 of 6 images found. There we go. Raven, llama, and cat. That's very good. If I add an X, it says no images found matching AX, clear search. There we go. That was very clean, right? And I believe that's it. Aside from the footer, I think that's it. So let me just test it for L, test it for P. Okay, what else? Test it for R, and then double R. No items, no images found matching double R. So if we don't have anything inside of the search query, filtered items, if we take a look at our context, take a look at this. So if we don't have any search query, then we'll return state.items. So we show all of the items. That's why inside of this component, we can say filtered items, because we have already determined if filtered items is empty. If search query is empty, filtered items is going to return all of our images. So now that this part is done, I want to talk about the last thing that I want to do here. And of course, this is optional. You can implement it or you can just leave it. I feel like if I implement it, it's going to look better. So if you didn't have this footer here and you would take a look at this, you wouldn't know, okay, what kind of an app it is. So Snap Nest, it shows like it is some sort of a gallery app. You could add a header here as well, just to add some more information on this app. But I believe this footer is enough. So I'm going to add this footer to the auth page, and we're going to add it to the app that is going to surround our entire app. And implementing this should be very easy. Let me just get rid of these pages. I'm going to go to our app page, and on top of this, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call this footer because I want this footer to be a component. We're going to return a very simple footer. For that, we're going to use the footer element of HTML. There we go. And there's going to be a paragraph in there that's going to say Snap Nest, and another paragraph that's going to say this. So let me just copy paste instead of just typing it out. There we go. It's going to select the current here and then the name of the academy that I'll eventually upload someday. And I'm going to implement all of these styles right now. This shouldn't take long. That's the styles for the footer. These are styles for the Snap Nest paragraph, and this is the other paragraph. So now that we have this footer, where do we want to use this footer? Well, we want this to be shown in the authentication page as well as the gallery page. So we need to make sure that it is added in both of the places. So if we want to show it everywhere, we're going to call the footer component right here. That's going to show it inside of here. There we go. Footer has been added. But now if I log out, I don't see the footer. So we need to add it to our authentication as well. And where do we show our authentication? We show it right here. If we don't have a user, then we show our authentication. So we just want to add footer right here, but we can't do it just like this because we can't return two things from one JSX. So let me just open this up. I'm going to provide a div, provide both of them. Just provide and style them like this. Now I want them to have some styles implemented on them. Therefore, I did the div, right? That's there. And I'm going to provide one div for our authentication. So just for styling purposes, for layouting purposes, actually. And that should be it. So let's just come right here. There we go. We see our footer, but there is just one problem. We have the scroll bar, but in our completed app, we don't have that. So let me just cross-reference the classes and let me select the footer and let me select the footer here as well. Where's the footer? I think the classes are identical, right? What about the container for these two? So the container is same thing, flex grow, and then we have that there. Why do we have a min height on our authentication? Let me just go to the auth component. That should be the problem. There we go. Here we have a min height screen that we no longer need. I save that, get rid of this. There we go. Just refresh the page. Oh, it has some sort of a margin on the top, but this one doesn't. So let's see how much is that. So where is that margin coming from? Padding, margin top 12, MT12. Do I have it here? Let me just come right here. That was, which element was that? So we have this, and this should be the div where we have, yeah, the container for our H2, the form, and the paragraph. This div, right? MT12. That's margin top with a value of 12. So if you multiply 12 by 4, that's 48 pixels. If I take a look at this, yep, it should be identical. Don't have an account yet. Don't have an account. And sign up. Yep. I just need to add this yet to my completed app. And then we are going to be good to go. Let me just add this as a final touch. Don't have an account yet. Save this. There we go. So now you can see both of them are identical. I'm going to log in. demo@arnacode.gmail.com, and then just hit enter. There we go. This is our completed app, of course. Lion, we can see the result. If I do double L, it's not going to show anything. And if I keep refreshing, you're going to see the loading phase that we have until we fetch all of the images. And we can log out as well. Let me just close the completed app and fix the title for this app. So what should I call this? This is Snap Nest, right? Snap Nest. Full stack image gallery, right? That's better. Let's save this, and there we go. So we have Snap Nest full stack image. And if I reload this, we're going to have a lot of images here. And if I go to the table, there we go, we can see. Now we have this Meerkat image that is not uploaded to this account because if you take a look at the authentication, we have two different users. So Meerkat belongs to the user with an ID of B666B. So if I come right here, if I take a look at this, there we go. You can see the rest of them are the same when it comes to user ID, but only this row 10 is different. That's because it's a different user, right? Cool. So with this, our application has come to an end. And I really, really enjoyed creating this app, and I enjoyed it way more teaching it. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about so many different conventions and a lot of things that I have not actually covered on this channel before, like Supabase and how to integrate it with React, how to create cool authentication where you get an email to your email account and all of that. And you can basically create this app on your own now, and you can have as many images as you want uploaded to that as long as the free tier allows you. And that's going to be it for this video. See you in the next one.